You're tuned into the haunting station, where the rain never stops and the roads never end. Tonight's story comes through the static just for you, so sit back, listen close, and don't look in the rearview mirror. I know you use this video to help you fall asleep, so I'm here to help you with that. By the way, where are you from and what time are you watching this video? Make yourselves comfortable and relax. If possible, subscribe to the channel and give it a like. I never thought I would be afraid of the house next door, but that was before he moved in. The first time I saw him, he was watering the front lawn. The moving truck had just pulled away, leaving a trail of dust and a faint smell of diesel. I watched as he came out of his new house, a tall figure silhouetted against the fading evening light. He stood there for a moment, motionless, before slowly turning his head in my direction. I raised my hand in a friendly wave, ready to introduce myself. But he didn't wave back, just stared. Even from across Ross Street, I could feel the intensity of his gaze, as if I were being dissected under a microscope. After what seemed like an eternity, he turned abruptly and went back inside, closing the door with a definitive click. I tried to shake off the uncomfortable feeling. He's probably just shy, I told myself, focusing on the cool water spraying my hands as I adjusted the hose nozzle. Once he shook off his stress, he'd warm up. Days passed and I barely saw him leave the house. The curtains on the front windows remained closed, but sometimes when I was getting the mail or going to my car, I would catch a glimpse of movement behind them, a shadow shifting the fabric, twitching slightly. It was subtle, easy to miss if you weren't paying attention, but I was paying attention. I couldn't help it. A week after he moved in, I noticed for the first time that he was watching me from the window. I was preparing dinner when something made me look up. There he was, standing in the front window, staring at me. I almost cut my finger, startled by his sudden appearance. I waved awkwardly, trying to be friendly despite the growing knot in my stomach. He didn't wave back, didn't move, just stared, his face an empty mask. I turned away, focusing on the carrots in front of me, on the steady rhythm of my knife against the cutting board. When I looked back, he was gone, but that was only the beginning. Soon it seemed that every time I looked out the window or left the house, he was there watching, sometimes behind his curtains, sometimes openly through the window. Once I woke up in the middle of the night and saw him in the front yard, standing there, staring at my house. I quickly closed the curtains. My heart was beating so hard that I was sure he could hear it from across the street. I started changing my routine, trying to leave for work at different times, taking different routes home, but somehow he always seemed to know. No matter when I left or came back, he was watching my every move. I thought about talking to him, confronting him about his behavior, but something stopped me from doing so. Maybe it was the coldness in his eyes or the way his presence seemed to suck all the warmth out of the air. Whatever it was, every instinct I had screamed at me to stay away. As the days turned into weeks, his behavior became stranger. I heard strange noises coming from his house at all hours, banging, sometimes what sounded like a muffled scream, and once I could have sworn I heard a woman crying. But when I strained to hear better, the sound was abruptly cut off. I started losing sleep and jumping at every sound, constantly checking and rechecking my locks. My friends noticed the change in me, commenting on my dark circles and the way I recoiled from sudden movements. I ignored their concerns, not knowing how to explain that I was being terrorized by someone who had never physically done anything to me. Then came the night that changed everything. I was up late, unable to sleep as usual. The house was silent. The only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the clock on my bedside table. I was looking at my phone, trying to distract myself from the anxiety that was consuming me, when I heard a noise coming from downstairs. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. It could have been nothing. Houses make noise all the time, right? But then I heard it again, louder this time. There was no mistaking it. Someone was in my house. My hand shook as I grabbed my phone, ready to dial 911, but before I could, my bedroom door began to open slowly. I held my breath, and every muscle in my body tensed, ready for action. The door opened, revealing nothing but the dark hallway beyond. I thought I had imagined it all. That stress and lack of sleep had finally gotten the better of me. But then I saw a shadow moving across the floor of my room. I followed its progress with wide eyes, my heart threatening to explode in my chest. The shadow stopped at the foot of the bed and slowly, very slowly, began to rise and take shape, transforming into a tall, familiar silhouette. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just lay there, paralyzed. In the dim light filtering through the curtains, I could only make out the gleam in his eyes and the twist of his mouth. "Hello, neighbor," he said in a low, spiteful voice. "I think it's time we introduced ourselves properly, don't you think?" I tried to fight, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only watch as he reached into his pocket and pulled out something shiny, a knife. "Look," he said, "I've been watching you for some time, learning your habits, your routines. It's amazing what you can learn about a person just by watching them." He took a step closer, and I could smell him now, a mixture of sweat and something metallic like blood. But observation can only tell you so much. To really know someone, you have to get closer. The knife was inches from my face, and I could see my terrified reflection in its polished surface. I thought this was how I was going to die, but as soon as the tip of the blade touched my cheek, a bright light flooded the room. Car headlights swept across my windows as a vehicle turned onto our street. The sudden illumination seemed to startle him, and he took a step back, momentarily distracted. It was all the opening I needed. With strength born of pure adrenaline, I lunged out of bed and pushed him with all my might. He stumbled, caught off guard, and I heard the knife fall to the floor. I didn't look back, just ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps thunderous on the steps. My lungs burned as I ran for the front door, fighting with the lock with trembling hands. When I managed to open it, I felt his hand around my arm, pulling me back. "No!" I screamed, twisting in his grip, trying to break free. We fought at the door, his strength threatening to overpower me. But desperation gave me strength I didn't know I had. I scratched his face with my nails, which raked across his cheek. He screamed in pain, his grip loosening enough for me to break free. I ran outside screaming for help at the top of my lungs. Lights began to come on in neighboring houses. Curious faces appeared at the windows. He was at my front door, blood running down his face where I had scratched him, his eyes wild with rage. For a moment we stood staring at each other, both panting. Then, as the sound of approaching sirens filled the air, he turned and ran, not back to my house, but to his own. I watched in astonishment as he disappeared through the door, slamming it behind him. The police arrived minutes later and found me cowering on my front lawn, shaking uncontrollably. They listened to my story with serious expressions and immediately called for backup to surround his house. But when they broke down the door, they found nothing. The house was completely empty. No furniture, no personal belongings, nothing to indicate that anyone had lived there. I insisted that I hadn't imagined it, showing them the scratches on my arm where he had grabbed me. They believed me. The signs of a struggle in my house were clear, but they were perplexed. How could someone just disappear like that? As I sat in the back of an ambulance with a shock blanket over my shoulders, I watched the police search his house. They found no trace of him, no clue as to his identity or where he might have gone. It was as if he had never existed, but I knew he had. I could still feel his eyes on me, smell that metallic scent, and when I looked at the empty house, a chill ran down my spine, because in the upstairs window I saw a curtain twitch slightly, just enough to know that he was still watching me, and I knew with a certainty that made my blood run cold that this was far from over. The house next door remained silent and dark, keeping its secrets for now. But somewhere out there, my neighbor was waiting, watching, and I knew that one day, when I least expected it, he would be back to finish what he started. Next story. The forest was supposed to be my escape, but it became my prison. I've always been a lonely person, preferring the company of trees and wildlife to the chaos of city life. When the stress of my job began to overwhelm me, I knew exactly what I needed. A solo camping trip deep into the wilderness, just me, my tent, and the great outdoors. If only I had known what was waiting for me out there. The hike was beautiful. Autumn had painted the forest in a profusion of reds and golds, and the fresh air filled my lungs with every breath. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the occasional song of birds. I found an ideal spot to set up camp just as the sun began to sink below the tree line. A small clearing next to a babbling brook, sheltered by a cluster of ancient pine trees. I pitched my tent with ease, gathered some firewood, and settled in for the night. I sat by my campfire, watching the flames dance and listening to the nighttime sounds of the forest. The moon was full, casting an ethereal glow through the branches above me. I felt the tension of the last few months melt away, and thought this was exactly what I needed. Little did I know how wrong I was. The first sign that something was wrong came shortly after midnight. I was dozing lightly in my tent when a sound woke me up. At first it was hard to identify, a kind of scraping mixed with what almost sounded like whispers. I sat up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. My heart raced as I opened the flap of the tent and looked out into the moonlit clearing. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary, just shadows and silver light. But then a movement caught my eye. Something was moving among the trees at the edge of the clearing. Something large. It seemed to detach itself from the shadows, moving in a wrong way, not quite human, not quite animal, just wrong. In an instant, it disappeared, returning to the darkness of the forest. I stood there for hours, my eyes fixed on that spot, barely daring to breathe, but nothing else happened. Finally, exhaustion overcame my fear, and I fell into a restless sleep. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a bear or a deer, nothing to worry about. After all, the forest plays tricks on you at night. But when I woke up the next morning, I knew it hadn't been my imagination. First was the smell, a strong odor of mold that hadn't been there the night before. It reminded me of wet skin and something rotting. I unzipped the tent with trembling hands, fearing what I might find. The clearing looked different in the bright daylight. There were deep scratches on the trees surrounding my camp, too high to have been made by any normal animal. Scratches on the trunks as if something with huge claws had been sharpening them. But it was what I found around my tent that really made me shiver. There were dozens of bony footprints around it. They were huge, easily twice the size of my own feet, with long, curved claw marks at the end of each toe. They weren't there when I went to sleep. Whatever made those footprints was inches away from me while I slept. My instincts screamed for me to pack up and get out of there, but a quick check of my phone showed no signal, and I knew I was at least a day's hike from the nearest road. I spent the day in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every sound and shadow. I tried to convince myself that it was just a large animal, maybe a bear, that had become curious about my camp, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Bears don't leave footprints like that. Bears don't move like that thing moved. As the sun began to set, my anxiety reached almost unbearable levels. I didn't want to be there when night fell again, but I had no choice. I was too far from safety to risk walking in the dark. I built a bigger fire than the night before, hoping it would keep whatever was out there at bay. As the flames crackled and popped, I huddled and watched the tree line constantly. Then I saw a flash of movement at the edge of the firelight. I tried to see what it was. For a moment, I thought I saw a face staring at me from behind a tree, but it was unlike any face I had ever seen before, elongated, with eyes that reflected the firelight like a cat's, and teeth. God, the teeth. I blinked and it was gone, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. I stayed awake all night, feeding the fire and watching the shadows. Occasionally I would glimpse some movement, or hear that strange scraping sound again, but whatever was out there kept its distance, content to watch me. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but alive and more determined than ever to get out of there. I packed up my camp in record time, not bothering to be organized or thorough. I just wanted to leave. As I picked up my backpack and prepared to leave, something on the ground caught my eye. There, half hidden under a fallen leaf, was a small polished stone. I wouldn't have noticed it if the sun hadn't shone on its surface. I picked it up. It was smooth and black, with strange symbols engraved on its surface, symbols that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. A chill ran down my spine when I realized that this was not a natural formation, that someone or something had deliberately left it there. I didn't know what it was or what it meant, but I knew I didn't want anything to do with it. The walk back was a blur of paranoia and adrenaline. Every crackling branch made me shudder. Every shadow seemed to hide some lurking threat. I could have sworn I heard footsteps behind me more than once, but when I turned to look, there was never anything there. It wasn't until I reached the beginning of the trail and saw my car that I allowed myself to relax a little. It's been 3 weeks since that camping trip, and I still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see something moving out of sight, and when I turn to look, it's gone. I've been having dreams too, terrible dreams of running through an endless forest, pursued by something I can't see but feel, getting closer with every step. I wake up covered in sweat, the smell of wet fur and decay lingering in my nostrils. But the worst part, the part that makes me think I might really be going crazy. This morning I found something on my doorstep, a small polished black stone with changing symbols engraved on its surface, identical to the one I found in the forest. I don't know how it got there, I don't know what it means, but I know with a certainty that chills me to the core that whatever I found in that forest followed me home. And I'm afraid that next time, a bonfire won't be enough to keep it away. I brought something back with me, something that is waiting, and I don't think it will leave me alone until it gets what it wants. Next story. The moment I saw his smile, I knew I had made a terrible mistake, but it was too late. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional glimmer of my headlights catching a traffic sign or the eyes of some nocturnal creature. The clock on my dashboard read 11:47 p.m., and fatigue was beginning to set in. I should have stopped at that motel a few miles back, but I was determined to get home tonight. That determination would be my undoing. The engine began to sputter and then cough. I furrowed my brow, tapping the fuel gauge, which was half full, but something was clearly wrong. The car jerked and began to slow down, no matter how hard I pressed the accelerator. No, 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 I muttered, steering the ailing vehicle to the side of the road. With one last pathetic hiss, the engine died. I sat there for a moment, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, as if sheer willpower could restart the car. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine and my own irregular breathing. I grabbed my cell phone, no signal of course. I opened the hood and got out of the car, the cool night air sending shivers down my arms. I pointed my cell phone flashlight at the engine compartment, but it might as well have been written in hieroglyphics for all the sense it made to me. That's when I saw headlights approaching in the distance. A sense of relief washed over me. Another car meant help, or at least the possibility of a ride to the nearest town. I waved my arms in the hope of getting the driver's attention. The vehicle, an old pickup truck that I could now see, slowed down as it approached, stopped behind me, and its headlights bathed my broken car in bright light. I squinted to try to make out the driver, but all I could see was a silhouette. The driver's door opened and a man got out. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a flannel shirt and worn jeans. As he approached, I could see that he was older, perhaps in his 50s, with gray hair and a scruffy beard. "Car trouble?" he asked. I nodded, gesturing helplessly toward the open hood. "I suppose you don't know anything about engines." He laughed and stepped past me to look at the engine compartment. "I'm known for tinkering with engines from time to time. Let's take a look." I watched as he leaned over, and his hands moved with the confidence of someone who knew what he was doing. After a few minutes, he straightened up, wiping his hands on his jeans. "I have good news and bad news," he said, turning to me. "The good news is that I think I know what's wrong. The bad news is that it's not something I can fix here on the side of the road. What do I do?" He seemed to think for a moment, then said, "I can give you a ride to my place. I have a workshop there and we can take a good look at it in the morning. It's not far." All my instincts told me to be cautious with strangers, especially out here in the middle of nowhere, but what choice did I have? "That's very kind of you," I said slowly. "Are you sure it's not too much trouble?" That's when he smiled, and something in my gut twisted. It wasn't an unkind smile, not exactly, but there was something strange about it, something that didn't quite reach his eyes. "No trouble at all," he said, still wearing that unsettling smile. "Always happy to help a stranger in need." Before I could respond, he was already moving to hook my car up to his truck. I stood there torn between relief at his offer of help and a growing sense of unease. As we drove down the dark road, me in the passenger seat of his truck, my car behind us, I tried to shake off my nervousness. "He's just being nice," I told myself. "Not everyone has bad intentions." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound being the rumble of the truck's engine and the occasional crackle of the old radio. I watched the trees pass by outside the window, trying to gauge how far we had traveled. "What brings you out here so late?" he said suddenly, making me jump slightly. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. I was coming home from a business trip. I probably should have stopped for the night, but I was eager to get back. He nodded, keeping his eyes on the road. "Was your family waiting for you?" "No," I replied, and immediately regretted it. Why had I told him that? I mean, not right away. My parents live nearby. He made a non-committal sound, and we fell silent again. I found myself looking at him more often, watching the way his hands gripped the steering wheel, the shape of his jaw. Everything about him seemed tense, coiled like a spring ready to snap. We left the main road and turned onto a narrow, unpaved trail. My uneasiness grew with every passing minute. "It's really remote out here," I said, trying to keep my voice light. He looked at me, and the unsettling smile returned to his face. I like my privacy. Finally, we pulled up to a small, run-down house with a separate garage next to it. Old car parts and rusty tools were scattered across the property. The house was lit by a single flickering light on the porch. "We're here," he said, turning off the engine. As we got out of the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a terrible mistake. Everything about this situation felt wrong. "This way," he said, motioning for me to follow him. "Let's get your car out of here. Then you can spend the night in bed. I have a spare room." I followed him reluctantly toward the house, my heart beating so hard I was sure he could hear it. As we turned the corner, I saw not a garage, but a basement door built into the ground. He must have noticed my hesitation because he turned, fixing me with those cold eyes. I swallowed hard and took a step back. "I think maybe I should call a tow truck. If you could let me use your phone." His hand shot out and grabbed my arm with surprising strength. Now," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "Don't be rude. The least you could do is come take a look at my garage." I tried to pull away. but his grip was like iron. He let go for a moment and I saw the glint of a knife. My blood ran cold. "It's a shame," he said, almost sadly. "The polite ones are so much easier. They just go along. But you had to be difficult." I acted on pure instinct, jamming my knee hard between his legs. He grunted in pain, his grip loosened enough for me to break free. I ran without caring which direction I was going, just needing to get away. I could hear him behind me, crashing through the undergrowth and shouting obscenities. I ran through the forest, branches hitting my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. It felt like hours, my lungs burning, my legs aching, but I didn't dare stop. Finally, I crossed the tree line and found myself on a real paved road. In the distance, I could see lights, maybe a gas station or a diner. I started walking, then running again, spurred on by the memory of his cold eyes and that terrible smile. When I reached the lights of a 24-hour diner, I finally allowed myself to stop and breathe. I burst through the doors, startling the lone waitress behind the counter. "I need help," I gasped. "I need to call the police." The events that followed are a blur. Police statements, hospital checks, the eventual recovery of my car, abandoned on the side of the highway where I had broken down. They never found him or his house in the woods. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, taking with him all evidence of his existence. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, but then I see a pickup truck on the road or a man with gray hair and a sparse beard, and my heart races. I no longer drive alone at night. I don't accept help from strangers, and I will never forget the lesson I learned on that dark and lonely stretch of highway. Sometimes the real monsters aren't the ones hiding in the dark. Sometimes they're the ones who offer you a helping hand and a friendly smile, and by the time you realize the truth, it's already too late. Next story. The darkness was absolute. At that moment, I realized how much we take light for granted. It had been a long day at work, and I was looking forward to a quiet evening at home. I was settled on my couch with a glass of wine and my favorite book when the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. The sudden silence was deafening, without the hum of the refrigerator or the noise of the air conditioner. Just nothing. I searched for my cell phone, using its dim light to make my way to the kitchen, where I kept a flashlight. As I rummaged through the drawer, a sound made me freeze. It was faint, almost inaudible, but unmistakable. Someone was trying to open the door. My heart leaped into my throat. I lived alone in a small apartment on the third floor of an old building. My neighbors were mostly elderly or young professionals who kept to themselves. No one should have been at my door, especially during a blackout. I held my breath, listening intently. There it was again, the soft scrape of metal on metal. Someone was picking the lock. Panic washed over me. I frantically searched for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on a heavy cast iron skillet hanging on the stove. The sound at the door stopped abruptly for a moment. I dared to hope that whoever it was had given up and left. But then I heard a soft thud, followed by the sound of the door slowly opening. I pressed myself against the kitchen wall, trying to control my irregular breathing in the total darkness. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear footsteps, slow and deliberate footsteps moving through my living room. My mind raced. Should I confront the intruder, try to get past them and escape, or stay hidden and hope they left without finding me? The decision was made when I heard a floorboard creak outside the kitchen. They were getting closer. When the footsteps entered the kitchen, I swung the frying pan with all my strength. The sound of iron meeting flesh was followed by a grunt of pain and the sound of a body hitting the floor. Without stopping to think, I ran to the door and made it to the hallway before realizing I had no idea where I was going. The entire building was dark, and I didn't have my phone or my keys. I heard movement behind me. Whoever I had hit was getting up. I ran to the stairs, climbing them two at a time, with one hand on the railing to guide me. In the darkness behind me, I could hear heavy footsteps and heavy breathing. They were following me. I burst through the stairwell door on my floor, immediately regretting my decision. The hallway was indistinguishable from the abyss I had just left. I had no idea which way to go. A hand grabbed my ankle and I screamed, kicking out blindly. My foot connected with something solid, and I heard a muffled curse. I advanced on my hands and knees, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from my pursuer. Finally, I felt a door and got up, banging on it with all my strength, shouting, "Please, someone help me." The sound of approaching footsteps spurred me on. I went to the next door, and then the next, banging and shouting. Why wasn't anyone answering? Where was everyone? Just as despair was about to overwhelm me, a door opened and a faint voice called out, "Hello, what's going on?" "Please," I gasped. "Let me in, someone's after me." The door closed behind me and I heard a lock click. "Are you okay?" The voice belonged to an elderly woman, and I could see her silhouette in the dim light coming from a flashlight on a nearby table. Before I could answer, a fist began pounding on the door. We both jumped. "Open up, police," a hoarse voice demanded. My blood ran cold. The woman moved toward the door, but I grabbed her arm. "Wait," I whispered. "I don't think they're really the police." She hesitated, then nodded. "Who is it?" she called. "Ma'am, this is the police. We're investigating a disturbance. Please open the door." The woman looked at me, uncertainty clear in her eyes. I shook my head vigorously. "I'm sorry," she replied, "but I can't see anything. How can I know you're really the police?" There was a pause, and then the sound of something sliding under the door. She bent down and picked up what looked like a badge. My heart sank. Maybe I had made a terrible mistake. Maybe I had attacked a real cop in my panic. She looked at me. "It looks real," she whispered. "Open it," I said softly as she tried to unlock the door. A thought occurred to me. "Wait," I hissed. "Ask her something only a real cop would know." She nodded and then called out, "What's the non-emergency number for our police station?" There was a long pause, too long. "Ma'am, please open the door immediately or we'll be forced to break it down." The woman's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. She stepped away from the door, grabbed my arm and pulled me toward what I assumed was her bedroom. The banging on the door intensified, accompanied by the sound of wood breaking. They were breaking down the door. We huddled in the bedroom, the elderly woman fumbling with her cell phone. "911, she whispered. I nodded, my eyes fixed on the door. I heard the intruders breaking into the apartment, now rummaging through the furniture and getting closer. The elderly woman's muffled voice sounded incredibly loud as she spoke to the 911 operator. The bedroom door swung open, and two figures stood silhouetted against the dim light from the living room. One was tall and broad, the other shorter, but stocky, and neither looked like any police officer I had ever seen. "Well," said the man with the hoarse voice from before, "looks like we found ourselves a little party." The elderly woman screamed, dropping the phone. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything to defend ourselves. Suddenly, a blinding light flooded the room, and we all froze momentarily, stunned. Real police officers entered the room and quickly subdued the two intruders. When my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw that the power had been restored to the building. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and paramedic examinations. We learned that it was a gang that had been taking advantage of the blackouts to rob apartments. They were posing as police officers to gain entry to buildings. As I sat in the back of an ambulance with a shock blanket over my shoulders, I couldn't help but marvel at how quickly everything had changed. One moment I was enjoying a quiet evening at home, and the next I was fighting for my life in the dark. The elderly woman, Mrs. Chen, as I learned, came to see how I was doing. "Are you okay, dear?" she asked, patting my hand. I nodded, giving her a weak smile. "Thanks to you," I said. "If you hadn't let me in," she nodded, "you would have done the same for me. That's what neighbors are for." As I watched the police cars, their lights painting the street with flashes of red and blue, I realized something. The darkness wasn't just the lack of light, it was the fear, the uncertainty, the feeling of being completely alone. But even in that darkness there was a glimmer of light, the kindness of a stranger, the courage to fight, the hope that help would come. I may never feel completely safe in the dark again, but I will always remember that even in the darkest moments, there is always a chance for light to shine through. You just have to be brave enough to look for it. Next story. The camera was so small I almost didn't see it, but when I did, I couldn't help but see how my dream vacation had turned into a nightmare. It was supposed to be the trip we'd always dreamed of. After months of overtime and saving, my wife Sarah and I had finally saved enough for a week at an exclusive beachfront property. The photos online were breathtaking. Crystal clear white sand and a modern villa that looked like something out of a magazine. When we arrived, it looked even better than the photos. The property manager, a friendly local named Miguel, gave us a tour, pointing out all the amenities: the infinity pool, the state-of-the-art kitchen, the huge master bedroom with a private balcony. Sarah squeezed my hand and her eyes sparkled with excitement. We were both thinking the same thing. This is paradise. The first few days were ecstatic. We swam in the warm ocean, relaxed by the pool, and watched spectacular sunsets from our balcony. We dined together in the gourmet kitchen, laughing and talking like we hadn't in years. The stress of our daily lives seemed a million miles away. We had just finished dinner and were cleaning up when Sarah stopped with a strange look on her face. "Did you hear that?" she asked, tilting her head to one side. At first, I heard nothing but the soft hum of the air conditioner. Then, faintly, I noticed a low mechanical hum, so quiet that I might not have heard it if the house hadn't been so quiet. "It's probably just the refrigerator," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew that wasn't it. "It sounds like a camera," Sarah whispered, her eyes meeting mine. I tried to laugh, but the sound disturbed me too. We spent the next hour searching the kitchen and living room for the source of the noise, but found nothing. The uneasiness lingered. That night, when we lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow seemed sinister. Every corner of the house seemed threatening. Sarah tossed and turned beside me, clearly as disturbed as I was. The next morning, we tried to put it out of our minds. We told ourselves we were being paranoid, that this was our dream vacation, that we shouldn't let a strange noise ruin it. But as the day went on, more oddities accumulated. The house that had seemed so perfect at first now seemed subtly wrong. The pictures on the walls seemed to have shifted slightly. Items we were sure we had left in one place appeared in another. And there was always that faint mechanical hum, almost at the edge of our hearing. It was when I was taking a shower that night that I finally saw it. When I picked up the shampoo, a glint of something metallic caught my eye. There, nestled in the decorative stone around the shower head, was a small camera lens. My blood ran cold. I stood there, water pouring down on me as the implications hit me. If there was a camera here, how many others were there? How long had we been watched, and by whom? I didn't tell Sarah right away. I needed to be sure. So while she was reading on the porch, I did a thorough scan of the house. What I found made me sick. They were everywhere. Tiny, minuscule cameras hidden in light fixtures, behind air vents, and even in the digital clock next to our bed. Our entire stay had been recorded, every private moment exposed. When I finally told Sarah, she turned pale and said we had to leave. But as we started packing, a horrible thought occurred to me. What if they didn't want us to leave? What if whoever was behind this decided to stop us? As if in response to my unspoken fear, we heard the front door open downstairs. Footsteps echoed through the house, too heavy to be Miguel's. Sarah's eyes widened in panic. I put a finger to my lips and pointed to the porch. She nodded, understanding. As quietly as possible, we slipped out and climbed down the trellis to the beach below. We ran along the shore, the soft sand making our progress agonizingly slow. "They found out we left," Sarah gasped, pointing behind us. I spotted a small boathouse further down the beach. We ran toward it and went inside. Our eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. The smell of salt water and old wood filled my nostrils as I searched for something we could use to defend ourselves. My hand closed around what felt like an oar just as the door to the boathouse swung open. A large man filled the doorway, his face hidden in shadow. "Now," he said, his voice deceptively calm, "let's not do anything rash. Why don't you go back to the house and we can talk about this?" I raised the oar. Sarah was pressed against me, trembling. The man sighed as if we were badly behaved children. "I'm afraid I can't do that. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. We can't let you go." He took a step forward. I swung the oar with all my strength, hitting him squarely on the shoulder. He grunted in pain and stumbled backward, giving us the opening we needed. We left the boathouse and ran blindly along the beach. I could hear the chase behind us, screams, and the sound of running feet. Ahead, I saw lights. Another house. This was our only chance. We knocked on the door, gasping for breath. An elderly couple opened the door, and their eyes widened at the sight of us. "Please," I managed to say between gasps. "We need help. Someone is after us." The woman, who introduced herself as Linda, sat us down while her husband Tom called the police. As we waited huddled on their couch, I could see figures moving on the beach outside. They stayed for a while and then disappeared. The next few hours were a blur of statements and questions from the police. It turned out we weren't the first victims. The villa had been used for years to spy on unsuspecting tourists. The footage was sold to the highest bidder on the dark web. Miguel, the property manager, was arrested. He was the inside man, installing the cameras and managing the technical side of things. The man who had been stalking us was never caught. As we sat at the police station, waiting for our flight home to be arranged, Sarah rested her head on my shoulder. "I keep thinking," she said quietly, "about all the moments we had there, our conversations, our laughter, even our intimate moments. None of that was really ours, was it? They stole everything." I put my arm around her, pulling her close. "No," I said firmly. "They may have recorded it, but they can't take away our memories. They're always ours." She nodded, but I could feel her sadness. I knew it would be a long time before either of us felt truly safe again. When we boarded our flight home the next day, I couldn't help but look back at the island. From up here it still looked like paradise, but now I knew the truth. Sometimes the most beautiful places hide the ugliest secrets. I don't know if we'll ever take another vacation like that one. The trust we had in the world was shaken to its core. But as I sat there, holding Sarah's hand as the plane took off, I made a silent promise. Whatever came next, whatever challenges we faced, we would face them together. They could have invaded our privacy, but they couldn't steal our love, and in the end, that's the one thing no camera can ever truly capture. Next story. I never thought that a simple brown package could change my life forever. But as I held the unmarked package, I had no idea of the danger I had just invited into my life. It was supposed to be a routine business trip. 3 days in a mid-range hotel, attending a conference I had been to a dozen times before. Nothing exciting, nothing out of the ordinary, just another dot in the monotony of my corporate existence. I checked in late. The sun was already setting as I dragged my suitcase down the carpeted hallway to my room. The key card beeped, the lock clicked, and I opened the door, ready to collapse into bed and order room service. That's when I saw a small brown package innocently sitting on the floor, right inside the door. At first, I thought it was probably just promotional material from the hotel, but when I bent down to pick it up, a chill ran down my spine. The package was not addressed to the room number or the guest. There was a name on it, a name that wasn't mine. I stood there, package in hand, suddenly unsure of what to do. The logical thing would be to take it to the front desk and leave it where I found it. My curiosity was matched by my sense of responsibility. I put my suitcase on the floor and closed the door, then took the package to the desk. It was light, and whatever was inside weighed no more than a few ounces. There was no return address, just the name, Michael Brennan. I don't know what made me open it. Maybe it was the long day of traveling, or the 3 cups of coffee I had on the plane. Maybe it was just that uncomfortable feeling of wanting to know, of solving the mystery. I carefully tore open the brown paper, revealing a plain white envelope underneath. I slid my finger under the flap, breaking the seal, and inside was a single sheet of paper and a small USB drive. The paper was covered with what appeared to be random sequences of numbers and letters, some kind of code I couldn't decipher. The USB drive was equally nondescript, just a basic black flash drive with no identifying markings. Looking at the contents of the envelope, it was clearly not meant for me. I should take it to the front desk and explain the mix-up. That would have been the right thing to do. Instead, I found myself reaching for my laptop. I told myself I would just check the drive for any identifying information, something that would help me return it to its rightful owner. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. As soon as I plugged in the drive, a window popped up with files and more files, all with names that meant nothing to me. TPS_2207.doc, atlasfinal.pdf, imgzozo98.jpg. My cursor hovered over one of the document files. Just a quick peek, I told myself, just to see what it is. The file that opened made my blood run cold. It was some kind of financial report, but the numbers were astronomical, billions of dollars being moved between accounts I had never heard of, and at the end, a name I recognized, Senator James McAllister. My mind was reeling. What was this? Some kind of secret fund? Evidence of corruption? I opened another file, and then another, each revealing more damning information. Offshore accounts, shell companies, bribes paid and received. It was like stumbling into the middle of a huge conspiracy. I was so absorbed that I almost didn't hear the soft click, almost inaudible amid the hum of the air conditioner, but it was enough to make me freeze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I quickly closed the laptop and removed the USB drive, stuffing it into the envelope and putting it in my pocket. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. The doorknob shook, and then there was a knock, a firm, insistent knock. "Room service," a voice called out, but something about it didn't sound right. Too hoarse, too loud for a hotel maid. I didn't answer, hoping they would think the room was empty and go away, but the knock came again, louder this time. "Open the door," the voice demanded, all pretense of being room service abandoned. "We know you're in there." Panic seized me. Who were they? How did they know I had the package? My eyes scanned the room for an escape route. The window? No, I was on the 10th floor. The bathroom? A dead end. The sound of a key card being swiped made the decision for me. I grabbed my suitcase and ran to the closet, squeezing myself inside as the door opened. Through the slats of the closet door, I could see 2 men entering the room. They were dressed casually, but something about their posture screamed dangerous. One of them immediately went to the desk where my laptop was still sitting. "It's been accessed," he said in a low, angry voice. The other man cursed and began searching the room. "He can't have gone far," he said. I held my breath as they searched the place, checking under the bed, in the bathroom, and even on the balcony. I was sure they would find me at any moment, as my heartbeat was giving me away. But somehow, miraculously, they didn't check the closet. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, I heard them leave, slamming the door behind them. I waited another 5 agonizing minutes before daring to move. When I finally came out of the closet, my legs were shaking so badly that I could barely stand. I knew I couldn't stay here. Whoever those men were, they would come back. I had to get out of there. I had to find a safe place. But where? I was in a strange city with no one I could trust. The police? But what if they were corrupt too? I grabbed my things and left the room, climbing the stairs instead of using the elevator, paranoid about being trapped in a small space. In the darkness, every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed like a potential threat. I reached the lobby without incident, trying to look casual as I walked quickly toward the exit. I was almost there when I heard a scream behind me. There he was, one of the men from the room. I ran into the street, dodging pedestrians and ignoring the angry honking of cars as I ran through traffic. I had no plan, no destination in mind. I just knew I had to keep running. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, I stopped, leaning against a wall, breathing heavily. What had I gotten myself into? I still had the flash drive and the coded paper in my pocket. Whatever was on there was big enough that people were willing to kill for it. I couldn't go home. That would be the first place they'd look. Then it occurred to me that my college roommate, Alex, worked in cybersecurity. If anyone could figure out what was on that drive, it was him. I found a 24-hour internet cafe and sent Alex an encrypted message using a code we had invented in college. Then I bought a disposable cell phone and a bus ticket to his city. Sitting on the bus, watching the city lights fade into the distance, I couldn't help but wonder how my life had changed so drastically in just a few hours. This morning I was a normal guy on a business trip. Now I was on the run, carrying secrets that people would kill for. I didn't know if I could ever go back to my old life, but I knew one thing. I was in this now, for better or for worse, and I had to see it through to the end. The package that wasn't meant for me had become my responsibility, and somehow I would have to figure out what to do with it. As the bus rolled on into the night, I clutched my bag tightly, feeling the weight of the USB drive in my pocket as if it weighed a ton. One thing was certain, nothing would ever be the same again. Next story. The moment I realized we weren't going to my destination, I knew I had made a terrible mistake, but by then it was too late. It had been a long day at the office, one of those soul-crushing shifts where everything that could go wrong did. It was almost midnight, and I was exhausted. The idea of navigating the labyrinthine public transportation system at that hour was too much to bear. So I did what any sensible person would do in 2023. I opened my ride-sharing app and requested a car. The app cheerfully informed me that my driver, a man named Carlos, would arrive in a blue sedan in just 3 minutes. I waited at the curb. The cool night air helped clear some of the fog from my brain. The car that matched the description pulled up. I double-checked the license plate on the app, and it matched. So far, so good. "Good evening," the driver said as I slid into the back seat. "Long night," I muttered, an affirmative, too tired for small talk. He nodded understandingly and pulled away from the curb. I leaned my head against the window and watched the city lights go by, eager to get to my bed. But after only 10 minutes of driving, I began to feel that something was wrong. The route we were taking didn't seem familiar. I sat up straighter, looking out the window and trying to get my bearings. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding strangely loud in the quiet car. "I think we might be going the wrong way." He glanced at me in the rearview mirror. In the dim light, I couldn't make out his expression. "Don't worry," he said softly. "I know these streets like the back of my hand." Something in his tone made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I reached for my phone with the intention of checking the route on my map app. That's when I realized I had no signal. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I was just being paranoid, but as we drove down unfamiliar streets, my unease grew. "I think we're going the wrong way," I said more firmly this time. "Could you please follow the GPS?" That's when I heard the ominous click of the doors locking. Panic washed over me. This couldn't be happening. This was the stuff of urban legends, not real life, not my life. "Stop the car now," I demanded, trying not to let my voice shake despite my efforts to sound authoritative. He laughed, a low, disturbing sound that made my blood run cold. "I'm afraid I can't do that," he said, and all pretense of cordiality disappeared from his voice. "We have to go somewhere, you and me." I threw myself at the door handle, pulling frantically, but it wouldn't budge. The child safety locks were engaged. I was trapped. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. I could try to grab the steering wheel and force us off the road, but at the speed we were going, that would probably end badly for both of us. I thought about screaming, trying to get the attention of other drivers or pedestrians, but we were now in an industrial area, the streets deserted at this late hour. I searched my pockets, desperate for anything I could use as a weapon. My keys, my phone, a pen from work. Everything seemed woefully inadequate against a man who clearly had the upper hand. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Maybe if I could get him to talk, I could find a way to reason with him. He laughed again, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Curious, aren't you? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Soon we were leaving the city. Now the buildings were giving way to open fields and scattered trees. My chances of escape were dwindling with every mile that passed. In a last-ditch effort, I decided to try appealing to his humanity. "Please," I said. I hated the pleading tone in my voice, but I was too desperate to care. "People will be looking for me." For a moment, I thought I saw his expression soften in the rearview mirror, but his face hardened again. "You should have thought of that before, shouldn't you?" "Before what?" I wanted to ask, but the words stuck in my throat. As if reading my thoughts, he spoke again. "You think you can just live your lives without ever considering the consequences of your actions. Well, tonight is the night those consequences will catch up with you." My mind raced, trying to understand his words. What actions? What consequences? I was just an ordinary person living an ordinary life. I hadn't done anything to deserve this. Or had I? In my panic, my mind began to conjure up all the little transgressions, all the small acts of rudeness I had ever committed. Had I cut someone off in traffic without realizing it? Said something insensitive that I had forgotten? Was this some kind of cosmic retribution for all my little sins? The rational part of my brain knew this was ridiculous. Whatever was happening was not about karma or cosmic justice. This man was disturbed, dangerous, and I was in very real danger. We had been driving for hours, although my watch told me it had only been 45 minutes. The landscape outside had changed, becoming more rugged and isolated. Now we were climbing a road that wound through hills I didn't recognize. Suddenly, the car slowed down, turning onto a dirt road barely visible in the darkness. My heart, which had been racing the entire time, now felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. Whatever fate he had planned for me, we had arrived. The car stopped in front of what looked like an old barn. The driver turned off the engine, and for a moment we sat in total silence. I could hear my own irregular breathing in the confined space. "We're here," he said, his voice eerily calm. "Now you're going to get out of the car slowly and calmly. No sudden movements, or things will get very unpleasant for you. Do you understand?" My mouth was too dry to speak. He got out first, and then opened the door. I got out with trembling legs. The cold night air hit me like a slap, making everything seem more real, more immediate. This wasn't a nightmare I could wake up from. This was happening. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging painfully into my flesh as he led me toward the barn. The door creaked ominously as he opened it. Inside, it was pitch black. The smell was a mixture of mold and rotting hay. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out the shapes of old farm equipment, piles of crates, and something else something that looked disturbingly like a chair with shackles. He ordered me to walk to the chair while he busied himself with securing my wrists and ankles. My mind was working overtime. There had to be a way out of this. "Why are you doing this?" I managed to say. He paused in his work, looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher in the dim light. Was it anger? Sadness? Regret? "Because someone has to do it," he said. "Finally, someone has to make you all see." "See what?" I asked, desperate to keep him talking, to delay whatever he had planned. He stepped back, staring at me silently for a long moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo, holding it up in front of my face. It was a photo of a young woman smiling at the camera. She looked a little familiar, but I couldn't place her. "This is her," he said, his voice breaking with emotion. "Or rather, this was my daughter. She's dead now, killed by a drunk driver who was using a ride-sharing app." The pieces began to fall into place. The familiar face in the photo I had seen on the news months ago. A tragic accident. "But it wasn't just the driver's fault," he continued. "It was the company's. They knew he had a history of drunk driving, but they let him drive anyway. And people like you keep using these apps, never thinking about the risks, never holding them accountable." I wanted to argue in my defense, but what could I say? He wasn't entirely wrong. We all knew the risks, but we chose convenience over safety every day. "So now," he said, his voice growing harsher, "you're going to help me send a message. We're going to make them see, make them understand the true cost of their negligence." When he stepped away, presumably to grab the tools he planned to use in his twisted message, I felt a rush of adrenaline. This was my last chance. I threw my weight to the side, knocking the chair over. The impact sent shockwaves of pain through my body, but I ignored it and focused on the sound I had heard. The crack of old, dry wood giving way. One of the chair legs had broken. My left hand was free. "Hey!" he shouted, rushing back, but I was already moving. I pulled my hand out of the loose restraint and grabbed the broken chair leg. As he lunged toward me, I swung it with all my strength, and the wood hit his head with a sick thud. He fell to the floor, motionless. With trembling hands, I managed to free myself from the remaining restraints and checked his pulse. He was still alive, but unconscious. I didn't know how long that would last. Running to his car, I prayed to whatever deity was listening that he had left the keys in the ignition. As I sped down the dirt road, I finally got a signal on my phone and called 911, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what had happened and where I was. It wasn't until I saw the flashing lights of the police cars that I finally allowed myself to break down. The tears came in great sobs as the reality of what I had just escaped hit me. As I gave my statement to the police, I couldn't help but think about the man's words about consequences and responsibility, about the choices we make every day without thinking. I knew that after this night, I would never be the same again. I would never take my safety for granted again, and I would never forget how close I came to becoming just another statistic, another tragic story on the evening news. What should have been a simple drive home instead took me on a journey to the darkest corners of humanity and back. And now, as I watched the sun begin to rise, I knew I had been given a second chance. A chance to live more consciously, more responsibly, a chance I was determined not to waste. Are you still there? If so, subscribe to the channel and leave it a like. It helps me to tell these stories to more listeners. Next story. The moment I saw the screen flashing, I knew something was terribly wrong, but by then it was too late to turn back. It was just another night at the office, or so I thought. As a junior analyst at Crimson Global, a multinational corporation with its fingers in every industry from technology to pharmaceuticals, burning the midnight oil was practically part of my job description. But tonight was different. Tonight would change everything. I had been poring over quarterly reports for hours, my eyes tired and my brain foggy from the endless numbers. The office was eerily quiet. The usual hustle and bustle of the day had been replaced by the soft hum of computers and the occasional distant sound of the cleaning crew. I decided to take a break, stretching my arms above my head and yawning widely. That's when I noticed a faint, irregular flash coming from the security office at the end of the hallway. Curious and happy for any distraction from my mind-numbing task, I decided to investigate. The door to the security office was ajar, which was strange in itself. As I approached, I could see the bank of monitors inside, each showing a different part of the building, but one screen was flashing rapidly, alternating between different camera images. My eyes fixated on the malfunctioning monitor. As I watched, the images began to clear up. I realized with a start that I was looking at the executive floor, an area that my security clearance definitely did not cover. I knew I should report the glitch and get back to my spreadsheets, but something kept me there. My eyes were glued to the screen as it panned across luxurious offices and restricted laboratories. And then I saw him. In one of the labs, a figure was moving furtively between the equipment-laden benches. This was no janitor or scientist working late. His movements were too hurried, too secretive. My heart began to race. Was I witnessing a corporate espionage break-in? I reached for the phone. The figure on the screen turned, and I saw his face. I felt the blood drain from my face when I recognized him. It was Dr. Emerson, head of our biotechnology division. What was he doing in his own lab in the middle of the night? Dr. Emerson took something out of a locked cabinet, a small vial filled with a dark liquid. He put it in his pocket and began typing rapidly on one of the computers. I was so absorbed in the scene that I almost didn't hear the footsteps approaching behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat, and found myself face to face with Dave, one of the night security guards. "What are you doing here?" he asked suspiciously. I stammered an explanation about seeing the screen flashing, trying to keep my voice steady. Dave's eyes narrowed as he looked at the monitors beyond me. "There shouldn't be any feed from the executive floor from this terminal," he muttered, stepping past me to examine the system. As Dave fiddled with the controls, I saw Dr. Emerson finish what he was doing and rush out of the lab. The evidence of what he had been doing disappeared. Dave finally managed to reboot the system, and the executive floor camera disappeared from the screens. He turned to me with a stern expression. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "These systems are restricted for a reason." I nodded, trying to look suitably chastened, while my mind raced. Should I tell him what I had seen? But what exactly had I seen? A senior executive accessing his own lab wasn't exactly a smoking gun, and if I was wrong, if there was an innocent explanation, reporting it would be professional suicide. I muttered an apology and left the security office with my thoughts in turmoil. I returned to my desk, trying to make sense of what I had witnessed. Why would Dr. Emerson need to sneak into his own lab? What was in that vial, and why did he look so guilty? I couldn't concentrate on my work after that. The numbers on my screen blurred as my mind replayed the scene I had witnessed. Over the next few days, I began to pay more attention to office gossip, especially anything related to the biotechnology division. I casually asked colleagues about Dr. Emerson, considering my questions to be mere curiosity about the company's upper management. What I discovered only deepened the mystery. Dr. Emerson had been acting strangely for weeks, canceling meetings, speaking ill of his subordinates, and appearing dejected and stressed. Some speculated that he was succumbing to the pressure of an important project deadline. Others whispered about personal problems, a messy divorce in progress, but none of that explained what I had seen that night. A week later, I was working late again when I heard a heated conversation in a nearby conference room. "You can't do that," Dr. Emerson said angrily. "Do you have any idea what's at stake?" A colder voice replied, one I recognized as belonging to Victoria Hardwick. our CEO. "I know exactly what's at stake, Richard. That's why you've already gone too far." There was the sound of something hitting a desk, perhaps a hand, and then Dr. Emerson left the room. He was so preoccupied that he didn't even notice me cowering in the shadows of my cubicle. My curiosity was now raging. What was going on? What had Dr. Emerson done that was so terrible that even our notoriously ruthless CEO was putting a stop to it? I made a decision that I knew could cost me my job, or worse, I was going to find out the truth. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into my work with renewed vigor, making sure to volunteer for any task that could give me access to more confidential information. I started arriving early and staying late, using the quiet hours to investigate. It was during one of these nighttime investigations that I finally discovered what was going on. I had managed to access the biotech division's file server thanks to a password carelessly scribbled on a post-it note. I was sifting through recent reports when I came across the Lazarus Project. The file was highly encrypted, but from what I could gather, it was some kind of radical life extension therapy. The applications and potential profits were staggering, but as I dug deeper, my excitement turned to horror. The tests had gone wrong, terribly wrong. The test subjects had experienced rapid aging, cognitive decline, and in some cases, death. But instead of shutting down the project, Dr. Emerson continued to falsify data and cover up the failures. And worse, he began testing on humans, vulnerable people, the homeless, undocumented immigrants, people who wouldn't be missed, people who died horrible deaths in the name of scientific progress and corporate greed. It was a crime against humanity. I was so horrified by what I was discovering that I didn't hear the door open behind me. It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder that I realized I wasn't alone. I turned around and found myself face to face with Dr. Emerson himself. "I hoped it wouldn't come to this," he said, his voice strangely calm. "I really thought I could perfect it, save lives, change the world." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. Dr. Emerson's eyes were desperate and wild. I saw his hand move, saw the glint of a syringe. "I'm sorry," he said, and I felt a sharp sting in my neck. "But I've gone too far to stop now, and you'll be helping science after all." As the world began to fade away around me, my last coherent thought was about the flashing security screen that had started it all. I should have left. I should have taken care of my life. But now it was too late for that. When I woke up, I was strapped to a cold metal table in a room I didn't recognize. Dr. Emerson was watching me with a vial of dark liquid in his hand, the same vile liquid I had seen him take on that fateful night. "Don't worry," he said, his voice sounding distant and distorted. "You won't remember any of this, and who knows, maybe you'll be the one to change everything." As the world began to fade away around me, my last coherent thought was about the flashing security screen that had started it all. I should have left. I should have taken care of my life. But now it was too late for that. When I woke up, I was strapped to a cold metal table in a room I didn't recognize. Dr. Emerson was watching me with a vial of dark liquid in his hand, the same vile liquid I had seen him take on that fateful night. "Don't worry," he said, his voice sounding distant and distorted. "You won't remember any of this, and who knows, maybe you'll be the one to change everything." As the needle approached my arm, I closed my eyes, silently cursing my curiosity, my ambition, my foolish belief that I could discover the truth without consequences. The truth, it seemed, was far more dangerous than I could have imagined, and now I was about to pay the ultimate price for discovering it. Next story. The cabin stood silent in the clearing, a dark sentinel against the fading light. I knew I should keep walking, pass right by it, but curiosity had always been my downfall. I had been walking for hours, pushing myself harder than usual to escape the chaos of my thoughts. My job, my relationship, my life, everything seemed to be spiraling out of control. The wilderness had always been my refuge, a place where the complexities of the world dissipated, leaving only the simple truths of survival. As the day wore on and familiar trails gave way to uncharted territory, I realized I had strayed far from the beaten path. The shadows lengthened and a chill crept into the air. That's when I saw a faint cloud of smoke rising above the trees. Where there's smoke, there are people, I thought. Maybe they could point me in the right direction, or at least let me warm up before I tried to find my way back. I pushed through the underbrush, ignoring the scratches from the branches and thorns. The trees opened up into a small clearing, and there stood a gray, weather-beaten cabin that looked as if it had grown directly out of the forest floor. But something seemed strange. The smoke I had seen was coming out of the chimney, but there were no lights in the windows, no sound of voices or movement, just a mysterious stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Instinct told me to turn back and risk the forest rather than approach this disturbing structure. But the temperature was dropping rapidly, and I knew I wouldn't last long outdoors without the proper equipment. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding strangely loud in the silence. "Is anyone there? I'm lost and need help." But there was no answer, not even the sound of a dog barking, only oppressive silence. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing. The cabin seemed larger as I approached, its windows looking like dark, empty eyes watching my every move. The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, the sound echoing in the silence. "Hello? Please, if anyone's there, I just need directions or a phone to call for help." Nothing. I tried the doorknob, hoping it was locked. To my surprise, it turned easily and the door swung open with a long groan. The interior was dark except for a faint orange glow coming from what I assumed was a dying fire in the fireplace. The smell hit me immediately, musty and damp, with an undercurrent of something sickly sweet, like rotting fruit. I pushed the thought away, searching for my cell phone to use as a flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a Spartan interior, a rough wooden table, a few chairs, some shelves lined with jars and books. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. "Hello?" I called again, softer this time, part of me hoping for a response, part of me dreading it. I stepped deeper into the cabin, and the beam from my flashlight danced across the walls. I saw a photo hanging on the wall, faded and yellowed by time. A group of people stood in front of the cabin, smiling at the camera, but there was something wrong with their faces, as if someone had rubbed an eraser over them. My breath caught in my throat. I moved on to the next photo and the next. They were all the same people in various poses around the cabin or in the forest, but always with those blank, disturbing faces. The floorboards behind me creaked. I turned abruptly, but there was nothing there, just shadows and dust. I knew I should leave. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to get out and risk the forest, but a morbid curiosity kept me there. I had to know what this place was, what had happened here. I headed toward what looked like a bedroom. The door was ajar, and I opened it slowly, shuddering at the creak of the rusty hinges. The beam of my flashlight fell on a neatly made bed with a faded bedspread. More photos covered the walls, but these were different. They showed normal people, smiling, with clear faces. But each photo had a date written below it, along with two other words that made my blood run cold: before and after. The after photos were the blurry, faceless photos I had seen in the main room. My hands were shaking now, the flashlight beam jerking erratically around the room. What was this place? What had happened to these people? A metallic glint caught my eye. On the bedside table was an old tape recorder with a cassette tape still inside it. Without thinking, I pressed play, and a man's voice, rough and distorted, filled the room. On the 47th day of the experiment, Subject 12 is showing remarkable progress. Facial distortion is nearly complete, and cognitive functions are rapidly deteriorating. At this rate, we should achieve total transformation within a week. The committee will be pleased." I stood there frozen as the implications of what I had just heard sank in. Transformation experiment? What kind of sick game was this? My mind reeling. I had to get out of here. I had to tell someone about this place. But when I turned to leave, the beam of light from my flashlight fell on something that made me stop in my tracks. A mirror hanging on the wall near the door. In its reflection, I saw myself, but not as I should have been. My face was blurred and distorted, just like in the photographs. I raised my hand to my cheek, feeling the smooth skin where my features should have been. But in the mirror, my hand passed through a stain of nothingness where my face used to be. Panic overwhelmed me. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming or hallucinating. The floorboards creaked. This time, when I turned around, I wasn't alone. A figure stood in the shadows, tall and strangely motionless, and when it stepped into the dim light of the dying fire, I saw that its face was a blank canvas, featureless and smooth. "Welcome," it said, its voice coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure advanced, its white face somehow radiating a terrible hunger. "Don't fight it," the voice said, soft and terrifying at the same time. "The transformation is already beginning. Soon you will be one of us, free of identity, free of yourself, just pure nothingness, pure and beautiful." Its hand reached out to me with pale fingers that stretched toward my face. I felt a pulling sensation, as if my very essence was being ripped away. At that moment, my survival instinct overcame my fear. I banged on the door with all my strength, and it swung open. I fell onto the porch steps, got up, and ran into the forest. I ran blindly, branches hitting my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. But I didn't slow down. I didn't look back. I could feel them behind me, a presence more felt than seen, hungry and relentless. I don't know how long I ran, maybe hours. The forest became blurry around me, and more than once I thought I saw faces in the trees, smooth, empty faces watching me with invisible eyes. When I finally crossed the tree line and saw the lights of my car in the parking lot, I almost cried with relief. I locked the doors and sped away, my tires kicking up gravel as I drove. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a horde of faceless figures chasing me, but there was nothing, just the dark road and the sky slowly brightening as dawn approached. Exhausted and trembling, I dared to look at myself in the mirror again. My face was there, normal and unchanged. Had it all been a hallucination, a vivid nightmare brought on by exhaustion and stress? But as I stared at my reflection, I noticed something, a slight blur around the edges of my features, almost imperceptible. Since that night, I no longer go for walks. I avoid mirrors when I can, and sometimes in my dreams, I hear that voice again. I wake up in a cold sweat, my hands flying desperately to my face, searching for features that I am terrified are no longer there. So far, they are always there, but I can't shake the feeling that it's only a matter of time. The cabin in the woods is waiting, and one day, I fear it will call me back to finish what it started. Next story. The first sign of trouble was the way everyone was staring, but by then it was too late to turn back. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional gas station or fast food joint, but I wasn't worried, because the old map spread out on the passenger seat showed a clear route to my destination, or so I thought. When the sun began to set below the horizon, painting the sky, I realized I should have already reached the turnoff for the interstate. The landscape had changed, and the open plains I had spent the entire afternoon driving through were gone. Dense clusters of trees lined the road on both sides. I was thinking about turning back when I saw the sign, "Welcome to Millbrook, population 12,103. Perfect, I thought. I could stop here to get my bearings, maybe grab a bite to eat, and then head on to my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner tomorrow. Millbrook's main street looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, with quaint storefronts with hand-painted signs, a small park with a gazebo, and even a soda fountain. Everything was charming in an old-fashioned way. But as I drove down Main Street looking for a place to park, I noticed something strange. The sidewalks were empty, not just quiet, but completely deserted. And yet I could see faces in every window watching me go by. I pulled into a spot in front of what looked like a diner and turned off the engine. The silence was immediate and oppressive. No traffic noise, no pedestrian chatter, not even the sound of birds, just an eerie stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As I got out of the car, I could feel the weight of dozens of eyes on me. Every storefront, every upstairs window seemed to have a watcher. I straightened my shoulders and tried to look confident as I entered the diner. I walked in, a bell above the door rang, the sound shrill in the unnatural silence. Like a painting, half a dozen people sat at the counter and in the booths, all frozen in mid-action. A waitress stood behind the counter, a coffee pot suspended over a cup. An elderly gentleman had a fork halfway to his mouth, and each of them was staring at me. "Hi," I said, my voice sounding much too loud in the silence. "I'm a little lost and was hoping to get some directions." For a long moment no one moved, and then slowly, almost mechanically, they went back to what they were doing. The waitress served the coffee. The old man went back to eating. But there was something strange about their movements, as if they were actors who had forgotten their lines and were improvising badly. I approached the counter and slid onto a stool. The waitress turned to me with a strange smile on her face. "What'll it be, stranger?" she asked, her voice flat and emotionless. "Just coffee, thank you," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "And if you could point me to the interstate, I'd really appreciate it." She poured the coffee without looking at the cup, her eyes fixed on my face. "Interstate," she repeated, as if the word were foreign to her. "There are no interstates around here. You're in Millbrook. Why do you want to leave?" A chill ran down my spine. I looked around the diner and realized for the first time that there were no clocks on the walls, no calendars, nothing to indicate the passage of time. "I'm just passing through," I said, my hands wrapped around the hot coffee mug. "I need to get to my sister's wedding." At the word wedding, a wave seemed to pass through the diner. Heads turned, eyes focused. The waitress's smile grew wider, if that was possible. "A wedding," she said, leaning in close. Her breath smelled of decay. "Here in Millbrook? When's the big day?" "Tomorrow," I said, leaning back slightly. "In Chicago, which is why I really need to get going." "Chicago," her voice creaked like rusty hinges. "Chicago is a long way from here, young man. Why don't you stay a while and rest? We have a nice hotel just down the street." I stood up, leaving my coffee untouched on the counter. "Thank you, but I really need to get going. If you could point me in the right direction." The waitress's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. Now," she said, still smiling that terrible smile. "There's no need to rush off. Millbrook is a wonderful place. Maybe you'll want to stay forever." I pulled my arm away and backed toward the door. The other customers were rising from their seats and now coming toward me with slow, deliberate steps. I left the diner and ran to my car, fumbling for my keys. I saw that the street was no longer empty. Dozens of people lined the sidewalks, all with the same vacant expression, all moving toward me with the same determination. Finally, I put the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. The tires squealed as I pulled away from the approaching crowd. Then I turned and sped down Main Street toward what I hoped was the town limits. In my rearview mirror, I could see them following close behind. Some had gotten into cars and were now in pursuit. I reached the edge of town, where the welcome sign to Millbrook stood, but something was different. The population number was changing. 12,124, 12,125. With a shock of horror, I realized it was counting me. counting everyone who entered Millbrook and never left. I stepped on the gas and the car protested as I pushed it to its limit. The town receded behind me, but I could still see the headlights in my mirror. They were following me relentlessly. I drove all night, making random turns and backing up, doing everything I could to throw off my pursuers. It wasn't until dawn that I finally felt safe enough to slow down. I was on a normal road surrounded by normal traffic. Billboards advertised familiar products. A sign indicated that Chicago was 100 miles ahead. I almost cried with relief. I made it to my sister's wedding. I smiled in the photos, danced at the reception, played the role of the dutiful brother, but inside, I was shaken to my core. I never told anyone about Millbrook. Who would believe me? I tried to convince myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination, a vivid nightmare caused by too many hours on the road. But then I catch a glimpse of someone on the street, someone with the same fixed stare and mechanical movements, and my blood runs cold. I look at a map and notice a blank spot, a place where a town should be, but there's no name. And late at night, when the world is quiet, I swear I can hear a voice in the wind. "Come back to Millbrook," the whispers say. "Stay with us." I've moved 3 times since that night, changed my phone number, my email, and even my name. But deep down, I know it doesn't matter. Because Millbrook isn't just a place. It's waiting, watching. And one day somehow I fear it will find me again. So I keep driving, always on the move, and I never take the scenic route again. Because you never know when you might stumble upon a town that isn't on the map. A town where the shadows are a little too long, the smiles are a little too wide, and the people, well, the people aren't really people. Remember that if you're on the road and you see a sign for a town you've never heard of, keep driving, don't look back, and whatever you do, don't stop in Millbrook. Because once you're there, you may never leave. Next story. The moment I saw his eyes change, I knew I had made a terrible mistake, but it was too late to leave. I had been driving for hours, my eyelids heavy. The monotony of the highway had put me in a kind of trance, broken only by the occasional glare of my headlights as I passed a road sign. It was past midnight, and I was still hours away from my destination. That's when I saw it. A small hand-painted sign announcing Rosewood Inn and Cafe, 1 kilometer ahead. The promise of a warm bed and a break from the endless road was too tempting to resist. I took the exit and followed a winding country road until I saw a large Victorian house approaching, with a single light shining in an upstairs window. I parked in the gravel driveway. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The garden was overgrown. The paint on the house was peeling. But it was late. I was exhausted, and I had already made the turn. It couldn't be that bad for just one night. I climbed the steps to the porch, my footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Before I could knock, the door opened, revealing a woman in her 60s with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun. "Welcome to Rosewood," she said in her warm, inviting voice. "I'm Margaret, the owner. We've been expecting you." I blinked in surprise. Expecting me, but I didn't make a reservation. Margaret's smile didn't waver. "Oh, we always have a room ready for weary travelers. Please, come in out of the cold." I hesitated for a moment, but the warmth radiating from inside was too inviting to resist. I stepped into the hallway, the wooden floor creaking beneath my feet. The interior of the house was like stepping back in time. Antique furniture, oil lamps, and faded photographs adorned every surface. The air was heavy with the scent of lavender and something else I couldn't quite identify, something older, more musty. "Let me show you to your room," Margaret said, already halfway up the stairs. "I'm sure you must be tired after your long journey." I followed her down the hallway, sliding my hand along the smooth wooden banister. She led me to a room at the end of the hallway, opening the door with a flourish. "Here we are," she said. "I hope you'll be comfortable." The room was small but cozy, dominated by a large four-poster bed. A vase of dried flowers on the bedside table and heavy curtains framed the window. It was charming in an old-fashioned way. "Thank you," I said, placing my overnight bag on the bed. Margaret smiled at me. "Now why don't you get some rest? Breakfast is at 8 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. Mr. Rosewood doesn't like to be kept waiting." Before I could ask who Mr. Rosewood was, she had left the room, closing the door behind her. I heard her footsteps receding down the hall, and then silence. I stood there feeling suddenly uncomfortable. There was something about this place, something I couldn't quite put my finger on, but I was too tired to think about it. I took off my shoes and crawled under the covers, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the curtains and the smell of bacon coming from downstairs. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came back to me. Rosewood, Margaret. I got dressed quickly and went downstairs, following the smell of breakfast. I found myself in a large dining room, a long table set for at least a dozen people, but there was only one other person there, a man sitting at the head of the table, hidden behind a newspaper. "Good morning," I said hesitantly, and the newspaper was lowered, revealing a man who appeared to be in his 70s, with blue eyes and a neatly trimmed white beard. "Ah, our guest has arrived," he said. His voice was deep and resonant. "Please have a seat. Breakfast will be ready shortly." I sat down, feeling strangely like a child called into the principal's office. "You must be Mr. Rosewood," I said, trying to break the tension. He nodded, folding the newspaper and setting it aside. I told him my name and added, "I hope it's okay that I stopped by without making a reservation. I was very tired, and when I saw the sign..." Mr. Rosewood waved his hand, dismissing my concerns. "Nonsense. Rosewood is always open to those in need. In fact, we insist that you stay a while and rest." Margaret appeared carrying a tray full of food and placed a plate in front of me. Eggs, bacon, and toast, all perfectly prepared. "Eat," she said with the same unwavering smile on her face. "You'll need your strength." I ate in silence, aware of Mr. Rosewood's eyes on me. When I was finished, Margaret took my plate away before I could even thank her. Then Mr. Rosewood said, leaning forward, "Why don't you tell us a little about yourself? What brought you to Rosewood?" I explained about my work, my destination, my impromptu decision to stop for the night. As I spoke, I noticed Margaret hovering in the corner of the room, listening intently. There was something in her eyes, a hunger that hadn't been there the night before. "Fascinating," Mr. Rosewood said when I finished. "You know, we don't get many visitors here in Rosewood, which is a shame. We really do have a lot to offer." I glanced at my watch, suddenly eager to leave. "Well, I really should be going. Thank you for your hospitality, but I have a long drive ahead of me." Mr. Rosewood's smile faded a little. "Leaving already? But you just got here. Surely you can stay another night." I stood up, shaking my head. "I'm sorry, but I really can't. I have to go." I turned to leave, but Margaret was there, suddenly blocking my way. Now," she said, her voice no longer warm and inviting. "Mr. Rosewood asked you to stay. It would be rude to refuse." I felt a chill run down my spine. "I appreciate the offer, but I really must go. Please excuse me." Her hand shot out and grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "I'm afraid we can't let you do that," she said. Her eyes were now cold and hard. I pulled my arm away and stepped back, my heart pounding. Mr. Rosewood was now standing, advancing toward me with a predatory grace that belied his age. "You see," he said, his voice now a low hiss, "it's been a long time since we've had a guest so vital." Mr. Rosewood's smile was terrible to behold. "We want you, my dear, to stay forever. Rosewood needs fresh blood to survive, and you, my friend, are exactly what we've been waiting for." I turned to run, but the dining room door closed on its own. I was trapped. Margaret's laughter echoed through the room, loud and cruel. "Do you really think you can just walk away, poor thing? No one ever leaves Rosewood. looked around frantically for a way out. The windows were locked, the doors were locked, and Mr. Rosewood and Margaret were closing in, their faces contorted into inhuman masks of hunger and glee. "Please," I begged, letting myself be cornered. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place, I swear." Mr. Rosewood shook his head almost sadly. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You are part of Rosewood now, and Rosewood never lets go of what belongs to it." When they reached me, their fingers lengthened and turned into claws. I realized the truth. Rosewood wasn't just an inn. It was something ancient, something hungry, and I had willingly fallen into its trap. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was Margaret's eyes, which were no longer human, but glowed with an otherworldly light. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that I would never leave Rosewood again. I don't know how long I've been here now. Days, weeks, time has no meaning in Rosewood. I exist in a fog, conscious but unable to leave. Sometimes I glimpse other guests, lost souls like me, trapped in this nightmare, and there are always Mr. Rosewood and Margaret, with their eternal faces, their ageless faces watching, waiting, for what I don't know, but I fear I will soon find out. So if you're driving late at night and you see a sign that says Rosewood Bed and Breakfast, keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look back, because once you enter Rosewood, you can never leave. And somewhere on that endless night, I'll be waiting. Another lost soul in Rosewood's collection. Another reason for weary travelers to keep driving, no matter how tired they are. Because some beds are better left unslept in, and some breakfasts are too expensive to be worth it. Next story. The moment his eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. But by then, it was too late. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional gas station or lonely diner. The night was dark, and the dark strip of road stretched endlessly before me, lit only by my headlights and the occasional passing truck. I was tired, my eyes heavy with fatigue when I saw him. A lone figure on the side of the road, thumb out. In the split second I had to make a decision. All the warnings I had heard about picking up hitchhikers ran through my head, but it was cold outside, and something about the slump in his shoulders made me think of my younger brother. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was pulling over. He approached the car slowly, his face hidden in the shadow of a baseball cap. When he opened the passenger door, the dome light came on, and I got my first good look at him. He was younger than I had imagined, maybe in his early 20s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. "Thanks for stopping," he said in a surprisingly soft voice. "I've been waiting for hours." I nodded, trying to calm the uneasiness in my stomach. "Where are you headed?" I asked. "Anywhere," he replied vaguely, settling into the seat. "I'll let you know when I'm ready to drop you off." I got back on the highway, and the silence in the car was broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional static on the radio. I tried to focus on the road, but I couldn't help glancing at my passenger. There was something strange about him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. So I said, desperate to break the tension, "What brings you out here in the middle of the night?" He was silent for so long that I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then he said, "Running away from something or someone. Does it matter?" I swallowed hard, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. "I guess not." We fell silent again. Miles passed, and I was starting to relax when I saw his hand move out of the corner of my eye. My heart leaped into my throat when I saw the glint of metal. His voice was no longer soft. It was hard and cold, with a tone that made my blood run cold. I didn't need to look to know he was holding a knife. I could feel its threat hovering at the edge of my vision. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You don't have to do this. I can just let you out of here with no questions asked." He laughed, a sound devoid of any real humor. Now my mind was racing, trying to find a way out, because we were in the middle of nowhere, with no other cars in sight. If I refused to pull over, what would he do? The knife flashed again, answering my unspoken question. I steered the car to the side of the road, and as soon as we stopped, he was on the move, grabbing my keys and my cell phone. He ordered me to get out of the car, gesturing with the knife. When I got out of the car, he followed me, keeping the knife pointed at me. He pointed to a dirt road I hadn't noticed before, which disappeared into a dense forest of trees, with absolute darkness between them. "Please," I begged, my voice breaking. "You don't have to do this. Just take the car and go." His eyes, when they met mine, were empty and dead. I said, "Walk." I turned toward the dirt road. My legs felt like lead, each step taking me further away from the highway, further away from any chance of rescue. The trees towered above me, and their branches stretched out like twisted fingers. We walked in silence. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under our feet and my own labored breathing. I tried to gauge how far we had gone, but fear had clouded my sense of time. It could have been minutes or hours. Finally, we came to a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin with dark, empty windows. "Get in," he said, poking me with the knife. The cabin was a single room, except for a rickety chair and a table covered with what looked like old bloodstains. My soul stirred at the sight. "Sit down," he ordered, gesturing to the chair. He took a rope from his pocket and began to tie me to the chair. His movements were efficient and practiced. "This isn't your first time," I asked. "Why are you doing this?" My voice was little more than a whisper. He paused in his work, looking at me with those dead eyes. "Because I can," he said simply. "Because the world is in chaos and I'm just doing my part." With me secured, he went to the table and laid out a series of tools that made my blood run cold. Knives, pliers, things I couldn't identify. I closed my eyes, unable to look any longer. He said, "Open your eyes." When I didn't obey, I felt the cold pressure of metal against my cheek. I forced my eyes open, meeting his gaze for a moment, and thought I saw something, a hint of doubt, maybe even remorse, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared, replaced by that terrible emptiness. "Please," I tried one last time. "I have a family, people who will miss me." He took a knife and turned it in his hands. "Everyone has a family," he said. "Everyone misses someone. That's what makes it interesting." As he approached me with the knife in his hand, time seemed to slow down. I saw every detail with painful clarity. The way the blade caught the moonlight coming through the dirty window, the dried blood under his fingernails, the slight tremor in his hand as he raised the knife. At that moment, something snapped inside me. The fear that had paralyzed me turned into something desperate and animalistic. With a strength I didn't know I had, I threw myself backward. The chair shattered when it hit the floor. He stumbled backward, surprised by my sudden movement. Ignoring the pain of the splinters digging into my skin, I managed to free one of my hands from the loose ropes. He reacted quickly, attacking me with the knife. I grabbed his wrist, and the blade was inches from my face. We fought, breathing heavily. I could feel my strength waning as the knife got closer. In desperation, I hit him hard in the stomach. He doubled over, and the knife fell to the floor. I struggled to pick it up, my fingers closing around the handle as he grabbed my ankle. I remember swinging the knife wildly, feeling it connect. He let go of my ankle, a strangled gasp escaping his lips, and then silence. I lay there for hours, my heart pounding in my ears. When I finally had the courage to move to look, I saw him lying motionless beside me, a dark stain on his chest. My hands trembled as I finished freeing myself from the ropes and stood up, my legs unsteady. Looking at the man who had almost ended my life, in death, he looked younger, almost vulnerable. I felt a wave of pity that was soon replaced by revulsion for what he had tried to do and what I had been forced to do. I found my phone and keys in his discarded jacket. When I stepped outside, the cool night air felt like a blessing on my skin. I wanted to run to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible, but I knew I couldn't. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. While waiting for the police to arrive, I sat on the porch of the cabin, watching the first signs of dawn color the sky. I reflected on the fine line between victim and survivor, between life and death. When the police finally arrived, lights flashing and sirens blaring, it felt like I was waking up from a nightmare. But when I looked at my blood-stained hands, I knew the real nightmare was just beginning. Because even though I had survived, a part of me had died in that cabin. The part that believed in the basic goodness of people, that trusted strangers, that thought the worst could never happen to me. As I was led to a police car, a shock blanket was placed over my shoulders. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window. The person staring back at me was a stranger, older and harder, with eyes that had seen too much. I knew then that the hitchhiker had taken something from me after all, not my life but my innocence, and I wasn't sure I would ever get it back. The road stretching out ahead of the police car was no longer a path to adventure, but a reminder of how quickly life can change, how a simple act of kindness can turn into a fight for survival, and how sometimes the real monster isn't the stranger you pick up on the side of the road, but the one you become when you're pushed to the limits of human endurance. Next story. The moment I saw him in the background of our family photo, I knew our perfect vacation had turned into a nightmare, but by then it was too late. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. 2 weeks in a picturesque beach town, just me, my wife Sarah, and our 2 kids, Tommy and Lily. We planned for months, poring over brochures and travel websites, planning every detail. The quaint beach house we rented looked like something out of a postcard, with its weathered blue shutters and wraparound porch. The first few days were idyllic. We built sand castles, swam in the waves, and explored the charming town center with its ice cream parlors and souvenir shops. Sarah and I even managed to sneak out for a romantic dinner one night, leaving the kids with a local babysitter recommended by our rental agency. It was on the 4th day that I first noticed something strange. We were having lunch at a seaside cafe, and I had a sudden, inexplicable feeling that I was being watched. I looked around but saw nothing out of the ordinary, just other tourists enjoying the sun and sea breeze. "Is everything okay, honey?" Sarah asked, noticing my distraction. I forced a smile. Yes, I thought I saw someone I knew. But the feeling persisted throughout the day, at the beach, at the local museum, and even as we walked back to our rental house. That feeling of invisible eyes following our every move. That night, as I was uploading the photos from my camera to my laptop, I saw it for the first time. It was a photo of the kids building a sandcastle. In the background, almost imperceptible unless you were looking for him, was a man. He had his back to the camera, but something about his posture, the way he seemed to be leaning toward us, made my stomach clench. I quickly checked the other photos from that day. There he was again and again, sometimes just a blur at the edge of the frame, sometimes clearly visible, but always with his face obscured, always watching. "Sarah," I called, my voice more shaky than I intended. "Can you come here for a second?" She appeared at my side, looking at the screen over my shoulder. "What's going on?" That uncomfortable feeling of unease turning into full-blown anxiety. "Do you see him?" Sarah looked at the screen and shrugged. "It's probably just a coincidence. There are a lot of people on the beach, and it's likely there's someone in the background of our photos." I wanted to believe her, to dismiss it as paranoia, an overactive imagination fueled by too many crime documentaries. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. The next day I found myself constantly scanning the surroundings for that familiar silhouette. And there he was, across the street as we left our rental house, looking at a shelf of seashells 2 aisles down in a gift shop, sitting at a table across from us in the restaurant during dinner. I pointed him out to Sarah, trying to keep my voice down so as not to alarm the children who were near the window. "That guy over there, in the baseball cap, that's him." Sarah looked at him and frowned. "I'm telling you, it's the same guy who's been following us." She put her hand on my arm, her voice gentle but with a hint of concern. "Honey, I think you might be a little paranoid. Why would anyone be following us?" I wanted to explain so she would understand the certainty I felt, but looking at her worried face, at Tommy and Lily coloring the children's menus, I hesitated. Was I overreacting, seeing patterns where there weren't any? I tried to push it out of my mind and focus on enjoying our vacation, but with each passing day, the sightings became more frequent, more brazen. He no longer tried to hide. He stood openly on street corners, watching us from the patios of cafes. And then came the note we found under the door of our rented house. A simple white card with 4 words written in capital letters. "I am always watching you." Sarah's face paled as she read the note. Maybe it was just a prank by the local kids playing with tourists. But we both knew it wasn't, that it was real, and that it was happening to us. We went to the local police, but they were frustratingly unhelpful. With no clear threat or evidence of a crime, there was little they could do, but they advised us to remain vigilant and report any further incidents. We tried to carry on and salvage what we could of our vacation, but the carefree joy of those first few days was gone, replaced by a constant nagging fear that gnawed at us. We stuck together the whole time, rushing from place to place, always looking over our shoulders. The children sensed our anxiety and became clingy and irritable. "Why can't we go to the beach this afternoon? You promised we could go every day." I knelt down and forced a smile. "Listen, buddy, the weather isn't good for going to the beach today. How about we play a game instead?" He walked away, clearly dissatisfied with my lame excuse. I felt a pang of guilt. This was supposed to be a happy time, full of memories we would cherish for years to come. Instead, it had turned into a nightmare. The final straw came 3 days before we left. We decided to take one last family outing, a picnic at the park near our rental home. As I was arranging the blanket, Lily tugged at my sleeve. "Daddy," she said in a low, frightened voice, "that man is taking pictures of us." I spun around, my heart in my throat, and there he was, less than 2 meters away, with a camera with a long lens pointed directly at us. When he saw me looking, he lowered the camera and smiled, a cold, empty smile that sent a chill down my spine. I was on my feet in an instant, running toward him, but he was faster and blended into the crowd before I could reach him. I stood there panting and frustrated when Sarah came after me. "Let's go home," I said. "I don't care about the money we'll lose on rent. It's not safe here." Her face was grim. For the first time, I saw real fear in her eyes. We packed our bags in a frenzy, throwing clothes haphazardly into suitcases, leaving books and toys behind in our haste. The children were confused and upset, but we didn't have time to explain. As we were loading the car, I saw a white smudge on the windshield. Another note. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. "You can't escape me. I'll find you wherever you go." I crumpled the paper and shoved it into my pocket, hurrying everyone into the car. We drove through the night, stopping only to fill up and use the restroom. I expected to see headlights following us, to hear the click of a camera shutter in the darkness, but there was nothing. It wasn't until we got home, our own front door securely locked behind us, that we began to relax. We put the kids to bed while I checked all the windows and doors. "Do you think it's over?" Sarah asked as we collapsed on the couch, exhaustion finally catching up with us. I wanted to reassure her and say yes, that we were safe now, but the memory of that cold smile, those endless photos with the figure watching, was still too fresh. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we'll be more careful from now on. We won't post our plans on social media anymore. We won't geotag our photos. We'll be fine." She nodded, resting her head on my shoulder, and we sat there in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. A week passed, then 2. Slowly, life began to return to normal. We explained our abrupt return to the children as a family emergency, promising to make it up to them with outings and special treats. I was beginning to believe that it was all over when the envelope arrived. With no return address, just our names in that familiar block lettering. Inside was a single photo of our family smiling on the beach, and in the background, clearer than ever, was the man. For the first time I could see his face. He was smiling directly at the camera, directly at us. On the back of the photo were 2 words, "See you soon." I looked at those words and my blood ran cold, because I knew with a certainty that shook me to my core that this wasn't over. Our perfect vacation had turned into a nightmare, and that nightmare had followed us home. Now every knock on the door makes us jump. Every unfamiliar car on our street makes my heart race. We have become prisoners in our own home, always watching fearfully because, somewhere out there, he is also watching, planning his next move. And all we can do is wait, wondering when and if he will strike again. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. Next story. The moment we heard footsteps echoing through the abandoned corridors, we knew our urban exploration had taken a terrifying turn, but by then it was too late to turn back. It had all started as just another adventure for our small group of urban explorers. Jake, his girlfriend Mia, and our newest member, a guy named Chris, who had joined our online forum a few weeks earlier. We had been eyeing this old abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town for months, waiting for the perfect opportunity to check it out. The hospital had been closed for years, its windows boarded up and its once pristine walls now covered in graffiti. Local legends spoke of strange noises, ghostly apparitions, and missing people. We didn't believe any of that nonsense, of course. To us, it was just another cool place to explore and document. We arrived just after sunset. The fading light cast long shadows across the overgrown parking lot. The air was thick with the smell of decay and stagnant water. As we approached the main entrance, I felt a chill run down my spine, which I dismissed as excitement, but looking back, I wonder if it was a warning I should have heeded. "Remember," Jake said as we set up our equipment, "we're staying together. No one goes in alone, no matter what we find inside." We all nodded in agreement. It was our cardinal rule, one we had never broken before. How could we have known that tonight would test that rule to its breaking point? Getting inside was easier than we expected, as a back door had been forced open long ago, its lock rusted and useless. When we entered, the smell hit us like a wall. Dust, mold, and something else, something sickly sweet that made my stomach churn. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing peeling paint, twisted faucets, and abandoned medical equipment. It was like we were stepping into a post-apocalyptic movie set. Our voices echoed in the empty corridors, our cameras clicking as we documented everything we saw. "Look at this," Chris called, shining his light on a faded sign in the psychiatric ward. A collective silence fell over the group. The psychiatric ward was where the best stories came from, where the most traumatized patients were kept, where the most questionable treatments were performed. "Let's take a look," Mia asked, her voice barely a whisper. Jake smiled, his ghostly face illuminated by the beam of his flashlight. "This is what we came here for, isn't it?" As we ventured deeper into the hospital, the atmosphere seemed to change. The air grew colder and the shadows deeper. More than once, I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, but found nothing when I turned to look. The psychiatric ward was a maze of narrow corridors and small cell-like rooms. Many of the doors were still locked, their small windows revealing nothing but darkness. The walls were covered with scratch marks and faded writing, pleas for help, outbursts of rage, and desperate prayers. "Jesus," Jake muttered, running his hand along a particularly deep set of scratches. "What the hell happened here?" That's when we heard a sound, a soft thud like a door closing somewhere deeper in the wing. We all froze, our eyes meeting in the dim light of our flashlights. "It was probably just a rat knocking something over," I said, but deep down we all knew it wasn't. "Maybe we should go," Mia suggested. her voice a little shaky, but curiosity overcame caution. We had come too far to turn back now. We moved toward the source of the sound. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, each step taking us further away from safety and deeper into the unknown. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our irregular breathing and the beating of my heart in my ears. At the end of the hallway, there was an open door where all the others had been closed. As we stared at it, it slowly opened, revealing a room beyond. "Hello?" Jake called, his voice echoing in the empty hallway. "Is anyone there?" No answer, just that terrible silence. We should have left then. We should have turned around and run, gotten out while we could. But we didn't. Instead, we entered the room and our flashlight swept across the peeling wallpaper and the rusted bed frame. When the door closed behind us, panic immediately set in. Jake and Chris threw themselves against the door, but it wouldn't budge, as if something on the other side was holding it shut. "This isn't funny," Mia screamed, her voice high-pitched with fear. "Let us out." But there was no answer, only the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps moving away down the hallway. We were trapped. The next few hours were a blur of fear and desperate attempts to escape. We tried to open the door, break the hinges, and even break the walls, but nothing worked. It was as if the room itself was determined to keep us there. As the batteries in our flashlights began to run out, plunging us into ever deeper darkness, the true horror of our situation began to dawn on us. We were locked in an abandoned psychiatric ward, with no way to call for help, and no way of knowing if anyone even knew we were there. And all the while, we could hear their footsteps in the hallway, whispers on the edge of our hearing, the occasional scratch of something being dragged across the floor. We weren't alone in this place, and whatever was out there didn't want us to leave. When the last of our flashlights went out, plunging us into total darkness, I felt a hand grab my arm. I almost screamed before I recognized Jake's voice, whispering, his hot breath against my ear. "We need to split up and find a way out." "That's exactly what they want us to do," I whispered back, but Jake insisted. "It's our only chance. Chris and I will try to force the door again. You and Mia see if you can find a weak spot in the wall. Anything." I wanted to argue, to remind him of our fundamental rule of never separating. But when other footsteps echoed outside our room, I realized he was right. We were running out of options. Mia and I searched the walls for anything that could lead us to freedom. The darkness was absolute, every sound amplified in the stillness. I could hear Mia's uneven breathing. I could feel her hand trembling in mine. Then I felt a slight draft coming from somewhere near the floor, an opening that was close to the ground, big enough for us to squeeze through. "Jake," my voice sounded strangely loud in the silent room. "I think we found something." But there was no answer, no sound of movement coming from where Jake and Chris were trying to force the door open. "Jake," Mia called. "Chris, where are you?" Silence. They had disappeared. The realization hit us like a physical blow. They had left us, or something had taken them. Either way, we were alone. With trembling hands, I removed the cover from the vent, and we looked into the darkness beyond. The smell that wafted out was putrid, like rotting flesh and stagnant water, but we had no choice. It was our only way out. Crawling on our stomachs through the narrow space, the metal was cold against my skin, and more than once I felt something brush against my hand in the darkness. We crawled for what seemed like hours. The opening twisted and turned, sometimes tilting so far that I was afraid of falling, and the whole time I could hear something moving in the vents behind us, following us. With one last burst of energy, I pushed myself forward, falling out of the vent and landing on the damp, cold grass. Mia followed us a moment later, panting, gasping for air. But when I looked up at the imposing structure of the hospital, I realized that our nightmare was far from over, because there, looking down at us from the third-floor window, were Jake and Chris. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide and unseeing. Behind them, barely visible in the darkness, was a tall, impossibly thin figure, with fingers resting on Jake and Chris's shoulders, as we watched in horror. The figure raised one hand in a mocking wave, and then the curtain fell, and they disappeared. We ran until our lungs burned, and our legs couldn't take it anymore. We ran until we reached the safety of the streetlights and passing cars, but even now, months later, I still wake up in a cold sweat with the memory of that figure etched in my mind. The police searched the hospital, but found no trace of them. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Sometimes late at night, I think I can hear whispers coming from the cracks in my apartment, familiar voices calling my name, begging for help. But now I know that some places are better left unexplored. Some doors are better left closed, because sometimes, when you go looking for adventure in abandoned places, you find something completely different. Something that was waiting for you, something you never wanted to know. Next story. The first time I heard the noise, I thought it was the building settling, but by the third time, I knew something was very wrong. By then, it was too late. I had been working as a night security guard at Crimson Tower for about 6 months. It was a comfortable job, perfect for a college student like me trying to pay the bills. The pay was decent, the hours allowed me to attend classes during the day, and most nights were so quiet that I could study between rounds. It was one of those sleek, modern office buildings that dominated the city skyline. 60 stories of glass and steel-housed law firms, startups, and a handful of companies I'd never heard of. During the day, it was bustling, but at night, it turned into an eerily silent fortress of empty cubicles and dark conference rooms. My shift always started the same way. I arrived at 10 p.m., replaced the night guard, and settled into the security office on the ground floor. I had access to all the cameras in the building and could monitor all entry points. Every 2 hours, I made a round checking each floor. It was during one of these rounds, about a month after I started working there, that I heard it for the first time. I was on the 42nd floor, walking down the main hallway, when a sound stopped me in my tracks. It was faint, almost inaudible amid the hum of the air conditioning, but it was unmistakably footsteps coming from one of the offices ahead. My heart raced as I took the flashlight from my belt. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded strangely loud in the quiet hallway. "Security here? Is anyone there?" Silence. I approached the office where I thought the sound had come from, my palms sweaty on the flashlight. The door was locked. The nameplate read Dr. Evelyn Marsh, Director of Research. I took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. The office was empty, with no signs of disturbance, no open windows, nothing to suggest that anyone had been there. I looked under the desk and in the cabinet, but found nothing. It must have been my imagination, I told myself, or maybe the wind somehow. I finished my rounds and returned to the security office, putting the incident out of my mind. But a week later, it happened again. This time I was on the 55th floor when I heard, not footsteps, but a voice, a whisper so low I could barely make it out. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The words were indistinct, but the tone was urgent, almost pleading. I spent almost an hour searching that floor, the beam of my flashlight illuminating empty offices and silent hallways. Once again, I found nothing, but as I rode the elevator down to the ground floor, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I thought about mentioning it to my supervisor, but what would I say? That I was hearing voices, that the empty building was scaring me? I would have been ridiculed at work, so I kept quiet, hoping it was just stress or lack of sleep playing tricks on me. In the weeks that followed, everything was normal. The nights passed without incident, and I began to relax. Maybe I was imagining things after all. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday, shortly after 2 a.m. I was in the security office, not really paying attention, flipping through my textbook, when a movement on one of the monitors caught my eye. It was a transmission from the 60th floor, the executive level that was normally off limits, even during the day. A figure was moving across the screen too fast for me to see clearly. It disappeared from view and reappeared on another camera, heading toward the stairs. I sat up straighter and suddenly felt wide awake. It wasn't my imagination. There was someone in the building. I called for backup on the radio, grabbed my flashlight and headed for the elevators. Maybe I should have waited for help to arrive, but something told me I didn't have time. Whoever it was, they knew the cameras were there. The elevator ride to the 60th floor seemed to take forever. When the doors finally opened, I was hit by a blast of cold air that made me shiver despite my uniform. The 60th floor was different from the rest of the building, with plush carpeting and wood-paneled walls, instead of the usual cubicles and fluorescent lighting. "Hello," I called, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Security, show yourself." For a moment there was nothing, then from somewhere at the end of the hallway, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A loud, cruel laugh, followed by the unmistakable sound of breaking glass. I ran toward the noise, my heart pounding in my chest. When I turned a corner, I saw a door at the end of the hallway that was open, light spilling out into the hallway. "Last warning," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Come out with your hands up." No response, just that terrible silence again. I peeked inside. It was a large office that probably belonged to the CEO or someone equally important. Papers were scattered across the floor, and the window behind the desk was broken, the cold night air whistling through the broken glass. But what caught my eye was the computer on the desk, the screen glowing in the darkness. As I watched, words began to appear as if someone were typing, "You shouldn't have come here." I staggered backward, my mind reeling. This wasn't possible. There was no one else in the room, no one at the keyboard. More words appeared. "But since you're here, let me show you the truth." Suddenly, all the screens in the office came to life, and images flashed across them too fast for me to process at first. But as I watched, horrified, I began to understand what I was seeing. Terrible, inhumane experiments being conducted in hidden labs deep within the building. People tied to tables screaming silently as machines pumped glowing fluids into their veins. Grotesque creatures, half human and half something else, locked in cages barely large enough to hold them. And in the midst of it all, a figure I recognized from the company's promotional materials, Evelyn Marsh, the research director, whose office I had sought out weeks ago. The images stopped as suddenly as they had begun, replaced by a single sentence. "Now you know. What will you do?" I left the office with my mind spinning. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate hoax or a hallucination. Suddenly, a hand fell on my shoulder, heavy and cold. I turned and came face to face with Dr. Marsh herself, but her eyes were wrong. They were pitch black, with no visible white. "I'm afraid we can't let you leave," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the empty hallway. "You've seen too much." I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing I remember is Dr. Marsh's face contorted into an inhuman smile as darkness closed in around me. I woke up in the security office, on my desk. The clock read 6 a.m., the end of my shift. Through the cameras, I could see the cleaning crew arriving early in the morning, the first employees arriving for the day. A dream, a vivid nightmare caused by too many late nights and too much caffeine. I desperately wanted to believe that. But when I got up, stretching my stiff muscles from sleeping in an uncomfortable position, something fell out of my pocket, a small glass vial filled with a bright blue liquid. And pinned to my uniform was a note with elegant handwriting. "Welcome to the team." I should have given up then. I should have run away and never looked back. But curiosity, that damn curiosity that had gotten me into this mess in the first place, wouldn't let me. So tonight I'm going back to Crimson Tower with its impossible experiments and dark secrets, because now I know the truth. and I have to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. No matter where it leads, even if it leads somewhere I can never return from. Next story. From the moment we saw the eyes glowing in the darkness, we knew our camping trip had taken a terrifying turn, but by then, it was too late to escape. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway, just 4 friends enjoying the outdoors. Jake, my best friend since childhood, had suggested the trip. His girlfriend Mia and my girlfriend Sarah were eager for an adventure, and I was happy to get away from the stress of work for a few days. We chose a remote location deep in the national forest, far from the usual campgrounds and hiking trails. Jake had found the place on some obscure camping forum. "It'll be perfect," he said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "No crowds, no noise, just us and nature." The paved road gave way to gravel, and then to a dirt track that made Sarah cling to the dashboard, and Mia asked if we were sure we were on the right track. But Jake was confident, and I trusted his sense of direction. We arrived just as the sun was setting, and the forest around us was already dark under the dense canopy of trees. The clearing Jake had promised was there, a small open space, just big enough for our 2 tents and a campfire. Sarah felt a chill of discomfort. The forest was very quiet, with no birds singing, no rustling of small animals in the vegetation, just an oppressive silence that seemed to watch our every move. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" she asked as she looked around. "It's just the trees, honey," Jake replied with a laugh that sounded forced. "They're not used to having visitors here." We tried to shake off the strange feeling and focused on setting up our tents and lighting a fire. As the flames came to life, casting dancing shadows across the clearing, we began to relax. We roasted marshmallows, told ghost stories, and drank beer. For a while it felt like the camping trip we had imagined, but as the night wore on, the feeling of being watched returned stronger than ever. Once I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, I saw nothing but darkness beyond the light of the fire. "Did you see that?" Mia asked suddenly, her voice trembling with fear. We all turned to look where she was pointing. For a moment I saw nothing, then a flash of movement and eyes, dozens of eyes glowing in the darkness, just beyond the edge of our camp. "My God," Jake breathed, standing up. "What the hell are those?" "Probably just animals," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, even though my heart was racing. "Maybe raccoons or deer." But deep down I knew that wasn't true. Those eyes were too high off the ground for any normal forest creature, and they were watching us with an intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. "I don't like this," Sarah said, already heading for the tents. "Let's get out of here, pack up and go." No one argued. We quickly put out the fire and started gathering our things with no pretense of calm. There were more eyes now, more appearing every time I looked up. That's when we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "It's not natural," Jake shouted, grabbing Mia's hand and running for the car. "It's not human." We didn't need to be told twice. We abandoned our half-packed gear and ran through the forest. The forest, which had been so quiet before, was now alive with the sound of branches snapping behind us, and that terrible growl grew louder, joined by others. I glanced back once and immediately wished I hadn't. The shapes were moving in the darkness, tall and thin. I couldn't make out any details in the darkness, but what I saw was enough to make me run faster than I ever had in my life. Finally, we reached the dirt road where we had parked the car. Jake fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so much he could barely get them into the ignition. "They're coming," Mia shouted, her eyes fixed on the line of trees. The engine roared to life as the first of our pursuers emerged from the forest, and in the headlights I glimpsed pale, elongated limbs, an almost human face, but not quite, and those glowing eyes. Then Jake took off, and we sped down the dirt road, the car rocking and swaying on the rough terrain. For a few minutes, we drove in terrified silence, all of us straining to hear if we were still being followed. Slowly, the sounds of the chase faded, replaced by the pounding of our hearts and our uneven breathing. "What were those things?" Sarah asked, her voice little more than a whisper, and no one had an answer. We drove through the night, not stopping until we reached the highway. Even then, we didn't feel safe until we were back in the city, surrounded by the comforting glow of streetlights and the sounds of civilization. We went to the police, of course, and told them about the creatures in the forest, the chase, and the abandoned camp. They listened politely, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. A group of young people in the woods, probably drinking. It was clear that they thought we had imagined everything or exaggerated. "We'll send a patrol to check the area," said the officer, but his tone made it clear that he wasn't serious. In the days that followed, we tried to understand what had happened. We scoured the internet for similar stories, for any explanation of what we might have encountered, but found nothing concrete. Just vague legends and campfire tales about creatures in the forest that were never quite human. Jake was the first to start doubting himself. "Maybe we imagined it," he said one night about a week after the incident. "I mean, it was dark, we were all excited about the ghost stories, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, the inhuman speed with which those things chased us, and sometimes, late at night, I swear, I can still hear that growl echoing in the distance." We never went camping again after that night. The four of us drifted apart, each dealing with the trauma in our own way. Sarah threw herself into her work, Mia became obsessed with researching cryptozoology, and Jake tried to forget. But I can't forget, and I find myself drawn back to that forest, driving to where the paved road ends, staring into the darkness beyond. I never get out of the car, never venture back into those trees, but I watch, and sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see eyes watching back. I don't know what's in those woods. I don't know if they're still there waiting for unwary campers to stumble into their territory. But one thing I do know, there are places in this world where humans don't belong. Places where the line between reality and nightmare blurs. And if you find yourself in one of those places, don't try to understand it. Don't try to fight it. Just run, and pray that you're faster than whatever is chasing you. Because in the dark, deep woods where the trees watch and the silence keeps secrets, there are things that have never known the touch of sunlight or the sound of human voices. Things that are hungry for more than just flesh and blood. They are hungry for souls, and once they have you in their sights, they will never give up the chase. The next time you're planning a camping trip, stick to the well-traveled paths, stay where the light from the fire reaches and the sounds of civilization can still be heard. Because out there, in the darkness, in the places untouched by man, there are horrors waiting to be discovered. And once discovered, they can never be forgotten or ignored. Next story. The moment I realized the vase had moved, I knew I wasn't alone in the house, but by then it was too late. It was supposed to be an easy job. My college buddy Alex had asked me to house sit for his parents while they were on a month-long European cruise. The house was a beautiful Victorian in a quiet suburb, and all I had to do was water the plants, feed the cat, and make sure nothing burned. Plus, I would have the place all to myself, a welcome change from my cramped apartment. The first few days were uneventful. I was enjoying the spacious kitchen and trying not to feel too envious of the life Alex had grown up in. The cat, a fat orange tomcat named Mr. Whiskers, ignored me except at mealtimes. It was on the fourth night that I first noticed something strange. I was finishing up some research in the office when I decided to call it a day. As I was climbing the stairs to the guest room, I passed through the living room and something caught my eye. The antique vase that usually sat on the mantelpiece was now on the coffee table. Had I moved it earlier and forgotten? I didn't think so, but I had been very focused on my work. I put the vase back in its place and went to bed. The next morning, the vase was back on the coffee table. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it. Mr. Whiskers was too fat and lazy to climb onto the mantelpiece, and even if he had, How could he have carried the vase to the table without breaking it? I spent the rest of the day on edge, jumping at every little noise in the old house. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the house is haunted, I joked with myself, trying to lighten the mood, but the joke fell flat in the empty rooms. That night I lay awake for hours, trying to hear any unusual sounds. But just as I was finally falling asleep, a loud thud from downstairs woke me up. My heart raced and I sat up in bed. The house was silent again, but I knew I hadn't imagined the noise. I got up and went to the door, grabbing a tennis racket from my bag as a makeshift weapon. The hallway was dark and empty. As I went down the stairs, I turned on the lights, not wanting to be surprised by whatever or whoever had made that noise. When I reached the living room, I stopped in my tracks. The vase was broken on the floor with pieces scattered across the wood, and on the wall above the fireplace, written in what looked horribly like blood, were the words, "Get out." I didn't bother packing. I didn't stop to think. I just grabbed my keys and my phone and ran for the door. It wasn't until I was in my car, tires screeching as I pulled out of the driveway, that I realized I had left Mr. Whiskers behind. Guilt joined fear as I drove aimlessly through the quiet suburban streets. I couldn't just abandon the cat, could I? But the thought of going back to that house made my skin crawl. In the end, duty won out over fear. I took a deep breath, controlled my nerves, and turned the car around. The house loomed before me, dark and silent. With trembling hands, I unlocked the front door and went inside. I called Mr. Whiskers softly, not wanting to alert anyone or anything that might be there. A meow from upstairs made me jump. Cursing under my breath, I started up the stairs and, with my eyes alert for any sign of movement, found Mr. Whiskers in the guest room, curled up on the bed as if nothing was wrong. I picked him up. He meowed in protest but didn't struggle. As I turned to leave, something on the dresser caught my eye. It was a photograph I hadn't seen before, showing a family standing in front of the house. But it wasn't Alex's family. The people in the photo were strangers, with somber faces staring at the camera. The house in the background looked older, more run down than it did now, and the clothes the family wore looked outdated, like something from the 1950s. I felt a growing sense of unease. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat. The door was empty, but I could have sworn I saw a shadow move in the hallway. "Hello," I called out, hating how my voice trembled. "Is anyone there?" No answer, just the oppressive silence of the house. Holding Mr. Whiskers to my chest, I moved toward the door, and as I reached the doorknob, I heard a whisper so faint I almost didn't hear it. I ran down the stairs through the living room with the broken vase and the bloody warning, out the front door and into my car. Mr. Whiskers yowled in protest as I shoved him into the passenger seat, but I ignored him, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life and I sped away, not daring to look back. It wasn't until I was miles away, parked in the lot of a 24-hour diner, that I allowed myself to breathe. With trembling fingers, I grabbed my phone and called Alex. "Dude, what the hell?" he answered in his groggy voice. "It's 3 a.m. "Alex," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I need you to be honest with me. Is there something you're not telling me about your parents' house?" There was a long pause, then, "What do you mean by that?" I told him everything, the moving vase, the noise during the night, the broken glass on the floor, the writing on the wall, and the strange photograph. As I spoke, I could hear Alex's breathing become heavier. "I never thought you'd see anything," he said when I finished. "It's been years since—" "What?" I demanded. "What the hell is going on?" He sighed heavily. "It's a long story, but you're right, there's something about that house. Something my parents never told anyone outside the family." Over the next hour, Alex told me a story that made my blood run cold. The house had a dark history. In the 1950s, it belonged to a family called the Millers. One night, for reasons never explained, the father murdered his wife and children before taking his own life. After that, the house stood empty for years and gained a reputation for being haunted. Alex's parents bought it cheaply in the 1980s, attracted by its Victorian charm and skeptical of ghost stories. But it wasn't long before strange things began to happen. Objects moved on their own, unexplained noises in the night, glimpses of figures that disappeared when looked at directly, and always a feeling of being watched. "Why the hell didn't you tell me?" I asked, furious now. "I'm sorry," Alex said, and I could hear genuine remorse in his voice. "It's been so long since anything bad happened that we hoped it was over." I looked over at Mr. Whiskers, who was now sleeping peacefully in the passenger seat, oblivious to the terror of the night. "What should I do now?" I asked. "Stay away from the house," Alex said. "I'll call my parents and explain everything. We'll figure something out." I hung up, feeling drained. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me exhausted and shaken, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep, not after what I'd been through. When the first light of dawn began to appear on the horizon, I started my car and headed home. I didn't know what would happen to the house or how Alex and his family would deal with their supernatural tenants. All I knew was that I didn't want to be a house sitter forever. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me from that house. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see a figure sitting in the back seat, its dead eyes meeting mine. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still hear that whisper, a cold wind from a place beyond death. "Stay with us," it says. I never will, of course, but part of me wonders if I really left that house behind, or if, somehow, it's still with me, waiting for the day when I'll let my guard down and answer its call. Next story. The moment I saw the host's smile falter, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. But by then it was too late to leave. It was supposed to be a romantic getaway for me and my girlfriend Sarah. We had been dating for a year and wanted to celebrate with a weekend trip somewhere special. When I came across an ad for a charming country cottage, it seemed perfect. The photos showed a picturesque stone building surrounded by lush gardens with promises of home-cooked meals and scenic walks nearby. The host, a man named Edward, had glowing reviews praising his hospitality and local knowledge. We booked without hesitation, eager for a break from the city and some quality time together. The drive there was beautiful, with winding country roads that took us further away from civilization with every passing mile. When we arrived at the cottage, I felt a mix of excitement and relief. It was exactly like the photos, perhaps even more picturesque in person. Edward greeted us at the door, a tall, thin man in his 50s with salt and pepper hair and piercing blue eyes. His smile was warm as he welcomed us, helping us with our bags and showing us around the property. "I'm so glad you came," he said in his voice. "I hope you find everything to your liking. Dinner will be served at 7 o'clock if that suits you." "We're sure it will," I replied, and he left us to make ourselves comfortable. The cottage was charming, with exposed wooden beams and a cozy fireplace in the living room. Our bedroom was equally charming, with a 4-poster bed draped in crisp white linens. "This place is amazing," Sarah gushed as she hugged me. "You did well, dear, to find such a perfect place." We spent the afternoon exploring the gardens and nearby woods hand in hand, feeling as if we had stepped into a fairy tale. At 7 p.m., Edward prepared a feast of roast lamb with buttered potatoes and vegetables from his garden. The conversation flowed easily, Edward regaling us with stories of the region's history and his own travels. But it wasn't until dessert that I noticed something strange. As Edward was pouring the wine, his hand trembled slightly, causing a few drops to fall onto the white tablecloth. His smile faltered for a moment, a flash of something crossing his face. Anger, fear. It disappeared so quickly that I thought I must have imagined it. "I apologize," he said softly, wiping up the spilled liquid with a napkin. "That was very clumsy of me. More wine?" We accepted the excellent food and drink, which left us in an excellent mood. Edward suggested we join him in the living room for an evening of relaxation. "I have something you'll enjoy," he said with a warm smile, "a local specialty." In the living room, Edward poured each of us a small glass of a golden liquid that had a sweet smell with an underlying earthy aroma that I couldn't identify. Edward raised his glass in a toast. We clinked glasses and drank, but as I swallowed, I felt a strange tingling sensation spread through my body. Sarah giggled, her words a little slurred. I nodded in agreement. My head was starting to swim. The room seemed to be getting fuzzy around the edges, objects blurring and shifting when I tried to focus on them. "Are you okay?" I asked Sarah, but her words sounded distant and muffled. I tried to stand up, suddenly alarmed, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. Beside me, Sarah was slumped in her chair, her eyes closed. What did you do?" I managed to say, fighting the weight in my limbs. Edward's smile was no longer warm. It was cold and predatory. "Don't fight it," he said softly. "It's easier if you don't fight it." I woke up to the sound of dripping water. My head was throbbing. My mouth was dry as cotton. When I tried to move, I realized with a shock of panic that I couldn't. My wrists and ankles were tied, securing me to what felt like a cold metal table. I forced my eyes open, blinking against the harsh fluorescent light. I was in some kind of basement or laboratory. The shelves were lined with jars and bottles of various sizes, and tied to a table next to me, still unconscious, was Sarah. "Sarah," I called, my voice hoarse. "Sarah, wake up." She stirred slightly but didn't wake up. Before I could try again, a door opened and Edward appeared. "Ah, you're awake," he said, as casually as if we were still at the dinner table. "Excellent, we can begin." "What do you want?" I asked, struggling against my bonds. Edward sighed like a teacher disappointed with a slow student. "I was hoping you'd be more cooperative. The others usually are, at this point." A chill ran down my spine. He walked over to a nearby shelf and selected a jar filled with a viscous red liquid. "You're not the first, and you won't be the last. It's necessary that you understand that." As he approached, I could see his eyes more clearly. They were no longer human. His pupils were elongated like a cat's. "What are you?" I whispered, fear closing my throat. Edward smiled, and for a moment I saw something else behind his human facade, something ancient and terrible. "I am a collector," he said, "of experiences, of emotions, of essence." He brought the jar closer to my face. The smell that wafted up made my stomach churn. "Human essence is so potent," he continued, "especially when harvested at the height of fear, pleasure, or both." I renewed my struggles, the ropes cutting into my wrists. "You're crazy," I spat. "People will look for us. They'll find you." Edward laughed, the sound echoing in the empty room. "My dear boy, no one will look for you. No one even knows you're here." With growing horror, I realized he was right. We hadn't told anyone the specific details of our trip. We wanted to be spontaneous and disconnect from the world for a while. "Shall we start again?" Edward said, raising the bottle. What followed was a nightmare beyond imagination. Edward used his concoctions to keep us conscious but paralyzed, aware of everything he was doing but unable to resist. He drew on our emotions like a painter mixing colors, blending fear, pain, and despair into some terrible potion. I lost track of time. It could have been hours or days. The only constant was Sarah's presence by my side, her hand occasionally brushing mine when Edward allowed us moments of movement, in rare moments of lucidity. I tried to plan an escape, but Edward was always there, always watching, always one step ahead. It was during one of those moments, while Edward was preparing another of his vile concoctions, that I felt something change. The paralysis that had gripped me for so long began to dissipate. Whether it was a mistake in Edward's formula or some reserve of strength I didn't know I had, I suddenly found I could move. I stood still, every muscle tense, waiting for Edward to turn his back. The moment he did, I sprang up, breaking the weakened ropes and grabbing him from behind, causing us both to crash into the shelves. Bottles shattered, and their contents mixed on the floor in a noxious puddle. Edward was stronger than he looked, but desperation gave me strength, and we wrestled on the floor, rolling among broken glass and spilled potions. I felt something cutting into my arm, but I didn't care. All that mattered was stopping him, saving Sarah, and getting out of this nightmare. My hand found a large shard of glass, and without hesitation, I plunged it into Edward's chest. He let out an inhuman scream, his body convulsing before my eyes. His form began to change and deform, his skin bubbling and melting to reveal something that was definitely not human. I stepped back, not wanting to see what Edward really was, and ran to Sarah. My trembling hands worked to loosen her bonds. Her eyes flew open when I lifted her into my arms. "We have to go," I said urgently. "Now." We ran up the stairs and out of the cottage, staggering until we reached our car. From the driveway, I looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the cottage was engulfed in flames, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. We drove in silence, both too shocked and traumatized to speak. It wasn't until we were miles away, with the cottage long out of sight, that Sarah finally broke the silence. Was that real? The country house, the gardens? Was it all just a trap? I took her hand, squeezing it gently. "I don't know," I admitted, "and I don't think we'll ever know." We never went to the police. Who would believe us? Instead, we tried to move on, to forget. But some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of Edward's inhuman eyes burning in my mind. And sometimes, when I pass a quaint cottage, or see an advertisement for a country retreat, I feel a chill run down my spine, because now I know the truth. Sometimes the most picturesque facades hide the darkest secrets, and that there are things in this world that prey on unsuspecting travelers, things that wear human skin, but are anything but human underneath. And if you come across a charming country house with an owner named Edward, keep driving, because some getaways are best not taken. Next story. The moment I realized I wasn't alone at the gym, I knew my night workout had turned into a nightmare, but by then it was too late to leave without being noticed. I've always been a night owl, preferring the quiet solitude of the late hours to the hectic energy of the day, which is why I love my 24-hour gym. There was something strangely peaceful about lifting weights or running on the treadmill at 2 a.m. when the rest of the world was asleep. That night started out like any other. I arrived at the gym around midnight, nodding to the bored-looking attendant at the front desk as I swiped my card. The place was empty, as usual, just the way I liked it. I started with some cardio, the rhythmic thud of my feet on the treadmill echoing in the cavernous space. Then I headed to the weight area, planning to finish with some strength training before heading home. That's when I first felt that twinge in the back of my neck, the feeling of eyes on me. I put the weights away and sat down, looking around. The gym seemed empty, just as it had been when I arrived, but something seemed strange. I decided I was being paranoid, letting the late hour and empty building get to me. I went to the squat rack determined to finish my workout. As I was setting up the bar, I heard a soft sound, like a shoe tapping on the floor. I spun around, my heart suddenly racing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strangely loud in the quiet gym. There was no answer, just the hum of the fluorescent lights and the faint noise of distant treadmills in standby mode. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was probably just the building settling or maybe the air conditioning turning on. Nothing to worry about. I returned to the squat rack, but the uncomfortable feeling lingered. I managed to do a few sets, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look, but found nothing there. The mirrors lining the walls seemed to mock me, reflecting the empty space where I could have sworn I had seen a figure moments before. When I finished my squats, I was a nervous wreck and decided to stop my workout and go home. As I was drying myself off with a towel, I saw something in the mirror that made my blood run cold. A shadow moving behind one of the weight machines, a shadow that was human in shape. I turned around, but there was nothing there. My breath came in short gasps. When I scanned the gym, everything looked normal, but I knew what I had seen. Someone was here with me, hiding, watching. I grabbed my gym bag and headed for the exit, trying to keep my pace normal, even though every instinct was screaming at me to run. As I passed the row of treadmills, I saw a figure reflected in the dark screen of one of the machines again. It was only for a split second, but this time I clearly saw a tall, thin man, wearing dark clothes and a baseball cap covering his eyes. I started running, no longer caring about appearances. I just needed to get out, get to my car, and go home, where I would be safe. I rushed out the gym door and ran across the parking lot. It wasn't until I was in my car, with the doors locked and the engine running, that I allowed myself to breathe. I looked back at the gym, expecting to see someone coming out after me, but there was nothing, just the empty, silent parking lot and the bright neon sign of the 24-hour gym. I drove home in a panic, constantly checking my rear-view mirror for any sign of pursuit. When I got to my apartment, I double-checked all the locks before collapsing onto the couch, my mind racing. Who was that man? Why was he watching me, and why hadn't he said anything? I spent the entire night awake, jumping at every little sound, convinced that somehow he had followed me home. When morning finally came, I called the gym to report what had happened, and the manager sounded concerned, promising to review the security footage and get back to me. But when he called later that day, his news only deepened the mystery. "I've seen all the tapes," he said, sounding puzzled. "There's no sign of anyone else in the gym during your workout, just you." I insisted that I knew what I had seen, but he was convinced that the cameras showed no one entering or leaving the gym except me and the front desk attendant. According to the footage, I was completely alone. I tried to erase the incident from my mind, telling myself that I had imagined it all. Stress, lack of sleep, overactive imagination. There were plenty of rational explanations, but deep down, I knew what I had seen, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. The following week, I avoided going to the gym and exercised at home instead. But as the days passed without incident, I began to feel foolish. I was letting one strange night dominate my life. I needed to face my fears, so exactly 1 week after that night, I went back to the gym. But this time I went earlier, around 10 p.m., and there were a few other people scattered around the equipment. Their presence was reassuring as I started working out, but as the hour wore on, people began to leave. By midnight, I was alone again. I thought about leaving too, but stubbornness kept me there. I wasn't going to let fear control me. I was on the leg press machine when I felt that same chill down my neck again, the same feeling of being watched. I looked around, my heart rate increasing, but I didn't see anyone. The gym seemed empty, just like that night a week ago. I tried to focus on my workout, but the feeling of unease grew with every passing minute. Every shadow seemed to move, every reflection in the mirrors seemed wrong. Somehow, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there. As I was putting a set of dumbbells back on the rack, I saw him in the mirror, clear as day, right behind me. The same tall, thin figure in dark clothes and a baseball cap pulled down over his face. This time I could see his face, his eyes fixed on mine in the mirror, cold and empty. I turned, and a scream formed in my throat, but there was no one there. The space behind me was empty. I looked back at the mirror, but the reflection showed only me, pale and trembling. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my things and ran for the exit, not even bothering to change out of my workout clothes. When I walked out the gym door, I collided with someone coming in. We stumbled, and I looked up to apologize, but my words died in my throat. It was him. The man from the mirror, from the reflections. He steadied himself and looked at me with those cold, empty eyes. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, his voice low and strangely familiar. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stood there frozen in terror as he smiled. It wasn't a kind smile, but the smile of a predator who knows his prey is trapped. "You should be more careful," he said, moving a little closer. "You never know who might be watching." I finally found my voice. "Who are you? What do you want?" His smile widened, revealing teeth that looked too sharp and too numerous. "I want what I've always wanted," he said. "A good workout." I don't remember much of what happened next, but I know I screamed. I know I fought. And I know that somehow, miraculously, I managed to escape. I ran to my car and drove home. I left that city the following week, found a new job, a new apartment, a new gym. But no matter where I go, no matter how fast I run, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there. Sometimes late at night, I catch a glimpse of a tall, thin figure wearing a baseball cap reflected in a window or a car mirror, and I know with a certainty that chills me to my core that he has found me again. So if you find yourself alone in a gym late at night and get the feeling you're being watched, don't ignore it. Don't try to rationalize it. Just leave, because sometimes the monsters we fear in the dark are real, and sometimes they wear baseball caps and hang out in 24-hour gyms, waiting for the perfect workout partner, a partner they may never see again. Next story. The moment we saw each other's eyes, we knew we had made a terrible mistake, but at that point, it was too late to turn back. It was supposed to be a quick pit stop, nothing more. My wife Sarah, our kids Tommy and Lily, and I were on our way to my parents' house for Thanksgiving when the storm hit. It came out of nowhere, a wall of rain so thick I could barely see the road. The wind howled, rocking our minivan, and I knew we needed to find shelter fast. That's when we saw an old farmhouse, its porch light a beacon in the darkness. "Let's pull over there," I said, turning into the muddy driveway. I was relieved when I turned off the engine. "Let's wait out the storm," I assured Sarah, who was looking fearfully at the dilapidated building. Little did I know what was in store for us, if I had known then what I know now. We ran to the porch and the rain drenched us in seconds. I knocked on the door praying someone was home. After what seemed like an eternity, it opened and an elderly couple stood there. Their faces were wrinkled, their eyes bulging with age. The woman smiled, revealing teeth that were very white and perfect for someone her age. Come in, get out of this terrible rain," she said. We went inside, grateful for the warmth. The interior was like stepping back in time, with lace doilies on every surface and a huge fireplace dominating one of the walls. The air was heavy with the smell of mothballs and something else I couldn't quite identify. "I'm Martha," said the woman, "and this is my husband, George. We don't get many visitors here." George nodded silently, his eyes fixed on us, while Martha took care of the children, bringing towels and offering hot chocolate. "Thank you for your hospitality," I said, trying to ignore the uneasiness rising up my spine. "We won't impose for long, just until the storm passes." Martha waved her hand dismissively. "Don't be silly. We insist you stay for dinner. I have a roast in the oven that's almost ready." Before we could protest, she was leading us into the dining room. The table was already set for 6, as if she had been expecting us. I exchanged glances with Sarah, who looked as uneasy as I felt. There was something strange about Martha and George. The meal was delicious. The meat was tender and flavorful, unlike any roast I had ever eaten. But as we ate, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I looked up, I saw George staring at one of us with an unreadable expression. Martha kept up a steady stream of conversation, asking about our lives, our jobs, our children, but her questions seemed intrusive, and she never answered our questions about them or about this place. The storm outside seemed to intensify, the wind howling louder, tree branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. Looks like things have gotten pretty bad out there, Martha said, peering out the window. I think you'll have to spend the night here. My stomach clenched at the idea. The thought of spending the night in this strange house sent shivers down my spine, but one look outside told me we had no choice in the torrential rain. We have plenty of room, Martha continued, maintaining that perfect smile that never left her face. George will show you to your rooms. As we followed George up the creaky stairs, I couldn't help but notice how quiet the children had become. Tommy hadn't said a word since dinner, and Lily was clutching Sarah's hand, her eyes wide with fear. The room George led us to was large but sparsely furnished. A massive four-poster bed dominated the space, its sheets yellowed with age. The children can sleep here, George said, his voice hoarse from disuse, and pointed to a door on the far wall. You two will be next door. Before we could object to being separated from the children, he was gone, the door closing behind him with a decisive click. Sarah turned to me, her face pale. John, I don't like this. Something's not right here. I nodded, pulling her close to me. I know, but we don't have much choice. We'll leave first thing in the morning, I promise. We settled the children and did our best to reassure them, but when we retired to our room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were making a terrible mistake. Sleep did not come easily. The unfamiliar creaks and groans of the old house continued to wake me, and underneath it all was a sound I couldn't identify, rhythmic and low, like a heartbeat. It was past midnight when I heard a quickly muffled scream coming from the children's room. I jumped out of bed in an instant and Sarah was right behind me, but when we tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. Tommy, Lily, I shouted, banging my shoulder against the wood. Can you hear me? No answer, just that terrible silence. On the third try, the door burst open and we rushed into the hallway. We found the children's room empty, the bed unmade, the window open, curtains flapping in the wind. Oh God, Sarah sobbed. Where are they? A laugh echoed from downstairs, loud and cruel. It was Martha's voice, but different now, no longer sweet and grandmotherly, but cold and mocking. Looking for something, she called. Anger and fear drove me down the stairs. We entered the living room and found Martha and George there, holding our children tightly. But they weren't the kind old couple from before. Their skin seemed to ripple and change. Their eyes glowed an unnatural yellow in the firelight. What are you? I demanded, my voice shaking. Martha's smile widened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. We are the hungry ones, she said, those who feed on fear and flesh. And you, my dears, are the feast we have been waiting for. As she spoke, her form began to change, her skin peeling away to reveal something ancient and terrible. Beside her, George was undergoing a similar transformation. I grabbed the fire poker and swung it with all my strength, catching the thing that used to be Martha in the face, freeing Lily, who ran to Sarah. George growled and grabbed Tommy tighter, but Tommy, brave little Tommy, bit down hard on the creature's hand. George roared in pain, loosening his grip just enough for Tom to break free and run. I screamed, swinging the poker again to keep the monsters at bay. The car was behind us. I could hear inhuman screams of rage. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. When the engine started, something hit the side of the van. Martha's distorted face appeared in the window, her claws scraping the glass. I stepped on the gas, the tires spinning in the mud before we finally found the right direction. The creature's howls faded into the distance. We drove through the night without stopping until we were miles away and the storm had passed. When the sun began to rise, we pulled into a rest stop, all of us shaken and exhausted. What were those things? Sarah asked, her voice little more than a whisper. I shook my head, unable to find the words to explain the horror we had just escaped. How could I make sense of creatures that defied everything I thought I knew about the world? We didn't make it to my parents' house that Thanksgiving. Instead, we stayed at a motel, needing time to process what had happened. But who would believe us? In the days that followed, I scoured the internet for any information about the farmhouse or its occupants. I found nothing, no records, no history, not even an address. It was as if the place had never existed, but I know it did. We all do. The nightmares that haunt us, the way we jump at shadows, those are the scars left by our encounter with something beyond human comprehension. Now, whenever we drive at night and see a lonely farmhouse in the distance, with the porch light shining invitingly, we keep driving, no matter how bad the storm is, no matter how tired we are. We don't stop because we know the truth now. Sometimes monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they're waiting behind a kind smile and an offer of shelter. And by the time you realize the danger, it's too late. So if you're caught in a storm and see a light in the distance promising safety and warmth, think twice before stopping, because you never know who or what might be waiting behind that door. And once you cross the threshold, there's no guarantee you'll ever come out. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. The moment I handed him my keys, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. His fingers closed around them, a triumphant glint in his eyes that sent a chill down my spine. But by then, it was too late. We were already driving down a road I didn't recognize, and the man I thought was just an interested buyer had become something far more sinister. It had started innocently enough. I needed to sell my old Honda Civic to help cover this semester's tuition. As a broke college student, every dollar counted, and I figured I could get a decent price for it. I posted an ad online, included some decent photos, and waited. When Mike reached out, he seemed perfect. He asked all the right questions about the car's history and maintenance. He was polite in his messages, and when we spoke on the phone, he had a friendly, easygoing manner that put me at ease. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near campus for him to see the car and maybe take it for a test drive. I remember thinking how normal he looked when I first saw him. Mid-30s, clean-shaven, wearing a polo shirt and jeans. He could have been anyone's dad or friendly neighbor. We chatted over coffee, and he seemed genuinely interested in my studies. Looking back, I should have noticed how he steered the conversation, asking about my family, where I was from, whether I had roommates. But at the time, it just felt like pleasant small talk. When we got to the car, he did a thorough inspection, looking under the hood and checking the tires. Everything seemed to be going well. "Mind if we take it for a spin?" he asked, flashing a smile. "I'd like to see how it handles on the highway." I nodded, climbing into the passenger seat. It wasn't until we'd been driving for about 15 minutes that I realized we were heading out of town. Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even as unease began to creep in. Mike's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes changed. "I know a great stretch of road to really test the engine. Won't take long." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Actually, I'd rather we head back now. I have a class in an hour." He didn't respond, just kept driving. The buildings grew sparser, replaced by open fields and patches of woodland. My heart began to race as I realized how isolated we were becoming. "Mike, seriously, turn around now." I tried to make my voice firm, authoritative, but it came out shaky. That's when he dropped the act. His friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Shut up and sit still if you know what's good for you." Fear gripped me, icy tendrils wrapping around my heart. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, did they? But the growing distance between us and civilization told me this was all too real. I glanced at the door, wondering if I could jump out, but we were going too fast. And even if I survived the fall, where would I go? There was nothing but empty fields for miles. "Don't even think about it," Mike growled, as if reading my mind. "One wrong move, and things will get very unpleasant for you." I believed him. The menace in his voice left no room for doubt. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. My phone was in my pocket, but I knew I'd never be able to call for help without him noticing. Maybe if I could just send a quick text. Slowly, trying not to draw attention, I slipped my hand into my pocket. But before I could even touch my phone, Mike's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist in a vice-like grip. "Nice try," he snarled, wrenching my arm so hard I cried out in pain. "Hand it over, now." With trembling fingers, I pulled out my phone and placed it in his outstretched hand. He immediately rolled down the window and tossed it out, the device disappearing into the blur of the passing landscape. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I was truly cut off now, with no way to call for help. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back furiously. I couldn't fall apart now. I had to stay alert, look for any opportunity to escape. We drove for what felt like hours, the scenery unchanging. Mike remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I tried to memorize every turn, every landmark, but it was useless. Everything looked the same. Finally, we turned onto a dirt road, barely more than a trail, cutting through a dense patch of woods. The car bounced and jolted over the uneven ground, the branches scraping against the windows. After a few minutes, we emerged into a clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood. Mike put the car in park and turned to me, his expression unreadable. "We're here. Get out." My legs felt like jelly as I stepped out of the car. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. In any other circumstance, it might have been peaceful. Now it felt oppressive, isolating. "Inside," Mike ordered, prodding me forward with something hard pressed against my back. I didn't need to look to know it was a gun. The cabin was as run down inside as it looked from the outside. A layer of dust covered everything, and the musty smell of long abandonment filled my nostrils. There was a rickety table, a couple of chairs, and an old mattress in the corner. Nothing else. "Sit," Mike said, gesturing to one of the chairs. As I sank into it, he pulled out a length of rope from a duffel bag I hadn't noticed before. My stomach churned as he began to tie my hands behind my back, the rough fibers biting into my skin. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. Mike paused in his work, considering me for a moment. "It's nothing personal, kid. Just business. You'd be surprised how much people will pay for a young, healthy specimen like yourself." The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. The horror stories I'd heard on the news suddenly became my reality. I felt sick. "Please," I begged, unable to keep the desperation from my voice. "You don't have to do this. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Just let me go." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that made me flinch. "Save your breath. You're not the first to make that promise, and you won't be the last. You're merchandise now, nothing more." With my hands secured, he moved to tie my ankles to the chair legs. I knew this might be my last chance. Gathering every ounce of strength and courage I had left, I waited until he was kneeling in front of me. Then, with all my might, I kicked out, my foot connecting solidly with his face. Mike fell backward with a cry of pain and surprise. I didn't waste a second. I threw myself sideways, the chair toppling over with me. The impact sent shockwaves of pain through my shoulder, but I ignored it, focusing on wriggling my hands free. I heard Mike cursing, scrambling to his feet. The ropes were looser than I'd thought. He must have been overconfident, not expecting me to fight back. With a final, desperate tug, my hands came free. I untangled myself from the fallen chair just as Mike lunged for me. I rolled away, narrowly avoiding his grasp. My eyes darted around the cabin, looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. There, the window. It was small, but so was I. I sprinted for it, adrenaline giving me speed I didn't know I possessed. Behind me, I heard Mike's enraged roar, felt his fingers brush my shirt as he tried to grab me, but I was faster. I threw myself at the window, arms covering my face as the glass shattered around me. Pain lanced through me as shards cut into my skin, but I didn't stop. I hit the ground running, bolting for the cover of the trees. Mike's shouts echoed behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. But I kept going, driven by pure survival instinct. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that green maze. But eventually, the shouts faded, replaced by the normal sounds of the forest. Still, I didn't slow down. I couldn't risk it. It was nearly dark when I finally broke through the tree line and found myself on a road, a real paved road. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I started walking, my feet aching, my body screaming for rest, but I couldn't stop. Not yet. Headlights appeared in the distance, growing brighter as they approached. I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't Mike, praying they would stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. An elderly couple peered out at me, their faces etched with concern. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, taking in my disheveled appearance, the cuts and bruises. I shook my head, tears finally spilling over. "No," I choked out. "I need help, please." As they ushered me into their car, promising to take me to the police, the reality of what I'd escaped began to sink in. I was alive. I was free. But I knew the nightmare wasn't over. Mike was still out there, and who knew how many others like him. As we drove towards safety, I made a silent vow. I would do whatever it took to make sure he was caught, to make sure no one else would fall victim to his scheme. My ordeal might be over, but my fight was just beginning. Next story. The first drop of blood on the kitchen floor should have been my cue to run. Instead, I stood there, frozen, as the old man's kindly smile twisted into something far more sinister. In that moment, I realized I hadn't found shelter from the storm. I'd walked straight into the lion's den. It had started as a simple road trip, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup. Just me and the open road. I'd been driving for hours, the rain pelting my windshield with increasing fury, when my old Chevy started making a noise that sent chills down my spine, a rattling, sputtering sound that spelled trouble. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the last town I'd passed through, when the car finally gave up the ghost. It shuddered once, twice, and then died completely, leaving me stranded on a lonely stretch of country road. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain drum on the roof, weighing my options. My cell phone showed no signal, of course, and I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. With a sigh, I pulled on my raincoat and stepped out into the downpour. That's when I saw it. A faint light in the distance, barely visible through the sheets of rain. A farmhouse, set back from the road. My salvation. I slogged through the mud, my shoes squelching with every step. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The house was old, its white paint peeling in places, but it looked well maintained. Flower pots lined the porch and warm light spilled from the windows. I hesitated at the bottom of the porch steps. It was late, past 11 p.m. according to my watch. Would they even be awake? But desperation won out over politeness, and I climbed the steps, raising my hand to knock. Before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. An elderly man stood there, his face creased with smile lines, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Well, hello there," he said, his voice as warm as his smile. "Looks like you got caught in quite a storm. Come in, come in." Relief washed over me as I stepped inside, out of the rain. The house was cozy, filled with the kind of knickknacks and worn furniture that spoke of a long, well-lived life. "I'm so sorry to bother you," I began, but he waved off my apologies. "Nonsense. We can't have you standing out there in this weather. I'm Frank, and that's my wife, Martha," he said, gesturing to an equally elderly woman who had appeared in the doorway to what I assumed was the kitchen. "I'm Alex," I replied, still dripping on their welcome mat. "My car broke down about a mile back. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for a tow." Martha clucked her tongue sympathetically. "Oh dear, that's no good. But I'm afraid our phone line's been down since this afternoon, the storm, you know." My heart sank. "Oh, I see." "Now don't you worry," Frank said, patting my shoulder. You're welcome to stay here tonight. The storm should pass by morning, and we can figure things out then. Martha, why don't you get our guests some dry clothes while I make some tea?" Before I knew it, I was seated at their kitchen table, wrapped in a borrowed robe that smelled faintly of mothballs, my hands curled around a steaming mug of tea. Martha fussed over me, insisting I eat something, while Frank regaled me with stories of the farm's history. It was nice, comforting. For the first time since my breakup, I felt cared for. But as the night wore on, little things started to nag at me. The way Martha's smile seemed to falter when she thought I wasn't looking. The fact that Frank's eyes never quite met mine when he spoke. And there was something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't until I got up to use the bathroom that I noticed it. A faint, coppery smell, underlying the homey sense of baked goods and furniture polish. I tried to shrug it off, but it clung to the back of my throat, making me uneasy. When I returned to the kitchen, Frank was alone, washing dishes at the sink. "Martha's gone to prepare the guest room for you," he said over his shoulder. I nodded, moving to pick up my mug from the table. That's when I saw it. A single drop of red on the faded linoleum floor. I stared at it, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. Frank must have sensed my stillness. He turned, his eyes following my gaze to the floor. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then slowly, he put down the dish he was holding and turned to face me fully. "Ah," he said, his voice no longer warm and grandfatherly. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice that." I looked up at him, my heart beginning to race. The kindly old man was gone, replaced by someone else, someone whose eyes were cold and calculating. "What's going on?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. Frank sighed, reaching for something behind him. "It's nothing personal, you understand. It's just, well, Martha and I, we have certain needs, and it's not often we get visitors out here." He brought his hand into view, and my blood ran cold. He was holding a large kitchen knife, its blade gleaming in the overhead light. I backed away, my eyes darting around for an escape route. "You don't have to do this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll leave right now. I won't tell anyone, I swear." Frank chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, I'm afraid it's far too late for that, Alex. You see, we've already decided you're going to help us, whether you want to or not." I made a break for it then, running for the front door. But Frank was surprisingly spry for his age. He caught me before I could reach the handle, his bony fingers digging into my arm with surprising strength. "Martha!" he called out. "Our guest is trying to leave." I heard footsteps on the stairs, and then Martha appeared, holding something in her hand. A syringe, I realized, with growing horror. Now, she said, her voice sickly sweet. "There's no need for all this fuss. Just a little prick and you'll feel much better." I fought then, with everything I had. I kicked and scratched and screamed, but they were stronger than they looked. Frank held me down while Martha approached with the syringe. In my desperation, I lashed out blindly. My elbow connected with something soft, Martha's stomach, I realized, and she stumbled back with a cry of pain, the syringe clattering to the floor. Taking advantage of Frank's momentary distraction, I wrenched myself free. I ran for the kitchen, my mind racing. The back door, there had to be a back door. I found it, fumbling with the lock, as I heard Frank's angry shouts behind me. The door finally gave way, and I burst out into the rain-soaked night. The yard was muddy, my bare feet slipping and sliding as I ran. I could hear them behind me, their voices carried on the wind. I headed for the barn, thinking I could hide there, maybe find a weapon. The barn door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the quiet night. Inside, it was pitch black. I felt my way forward, my hands outstretched, praying I wouldn't run into anything. Suddenly, my foot hit something solid. I went down hard, landing in something wet and sticky. The coppery smell from earlier hit me full force. and I had to choke back a scream as I realized what it was. Blood. So much blood. My eyes were adjusting to the darkness now, and I could make out shapes, hanging hooks, tables with straps, and something else, something that looked horribly like body parts. This wasn't just murder. This was butchery. I scrambled to my feet, bile rising in my throat. I had to get out of here, had to run, had to find help. But as I turned to leave, I found the doorway blocked. Frank and Martha stood there, silhouetted against the night sky. "Oh, Alex," Martha said, her voice filled with false sympathy. "You really shouldn't have come in here. Now we have no choice." I backed away, my eyes darting around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My hand closed around something cold and metal, a pitchfork leaning against the wall. "Stay back," I warned, brandishing it in front of me. Frank laughed, a chilling sound. "Or what? You'll kill us? Go ahead. It won't be the first time someone's tried." They advanced slowly, confidently. They knew they had me cornered, but they had underestimated my will to survive. As they got closer, I made my move. I charged forward, the pitchfork held out in front of me like a lance. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, but it was too late. The tine sank into his chest with a sickening thud. Martha screamed, a sound of pure rage and grief. She came at me with her bare hands, her nails raking across my face. We grappled, rolling on the blood-soaked floor of the barn. My hand closed around something hard, a hammer that had fallen from a workbench. I swung blindly, feeling it connect with a dull thud. Martha went limp. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, the reality of what had just happened washing over me. Then slowly, I got to my feet. The rain had stopped, I realized, and in the distance, I could hear a sound that made my heart leap. Sirens. As I stumbled out of the barn, I saw police cars pulling up to the farmhouse, their lights painting the night in red and blue. Someone must have heard the commotion, called for help. I sank to my knees in the muddy yard, relief and shock washing over me in equal measure. It was over. I was safe. But as the police swarmed around me, asking questions I couldn't begin to answer, I knew that the nightmare was far from over. The things I'd seen in that barn, the horrors I'd experienced, they would stay with me forever. I had survived, yes, but at what cost? Next story. The safe wasn't supposed to be open. That was my first clue that this seemingly cushy house-sitting gig was about to turn into a nightmare. As I stared at the stack of unmarked bills and the suspicious ledger, I heard the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the front door lock. In that moment, I knew I was in way over my head. It had all started innocently enough. I was a broke college student, desperate for some extra cash to cover my textbooks and maybe splurge on something other than ramen noodles for once. When my professor, Dr. Winters, mentioned he and his wife needed someone to house sit for a week while they were at a conference, I jumped at the chance. The Winters lived in one of those big fancy houses in the suburbs, the kind with manicured lawns and 3-car garages. It was a far cry from my cramped studio apartment. When I arrived, Mrs. Winters gave me a whirlwind tour, pointing out the plants that needed watering and the elaborate security system I needed to set each night. "Oh, and dear," she'd said, pausing at the door to the study, "this room is strictly off limits. Private papers and all that. I'm sure you understand." I'd nodded, not thinking much of it. Rich people and their secrets, right? The first few days were uneventful. I lounged by the pool, raided their well-stocked fridge, and binge-watched shows on their massive TV. It was like a vacation in paradise. But on the 4th day, curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been a bit nosy. It's what made me want to be a journalist in the first place. The locked study door had been nagging at me, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. I told myself I was just making sure everything was okay in there. Maybe there was a plant I'd forgotten to water. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was enough to convince me to try the door handle. To my surprise, it wasn't locked. The study was immaculate, all dark wood and leather-bound books. It looked like something out of a movie. But what caught my eye was the painting on the far wall. It was slightly askew, and behind it I could see the edge of a safe. Now, I'm not proud of what I did next, but like I said, curiosity has always been my weakness. I approached the painting, my heart pounding. I told myself I was just going to look, not touch anything. But when I moved the painting aside, I froze. The safe was open, just a crack, but enough for me to see inside. That's when I heard the front door. Panic set in. I quickly closed the safe and straightened the painting, my hands shaking. Footsteps echoed through the house, getting closer. "Hello?" a male voice called out. It wasn't Dr. Winters. I looked around frantically, searching for a place to hide. The closet was too obvious, and I'd never make it out the window in time. In desperation, I dove under the massive oak desk, pulling the chair in close to conceal me. The study door opened and a pair of expensive-looking shoes came into view. "All clear in here," the man said, presumably into a phone. "Yeah, safe's untouched. Looks like the kid didn't snoop after all." Kid? Were they talking about me? Another set of footsteps entered the room. "Good," a woman's voice replied. "Last thing we need is some nosy college brat messing up our operation." My blood ran cold. Operation. What had I stumbled into? "Let's get what we need and get out," the man said. "The Winters will be back tomorrow, and we need to have everything in place by then." I held my breath as they moved around the room. I heard the safe open, papers rustling, and the distinct sound of money being counted. "Perfect," the woman said. "With this last shipment, we'll have enough to expand into 3 more states. The boss will be pleased." Shipment. States. My mind was reeling. This sounded big, way bigger than some run-of-the-mill theft or fraud. "What about the girl?" the man asked. "Think she suspects anything?" There was a pause. "Doubtful," the woman finally replied. "From what the Winters said, she's just some naive student. Probably spent the whole week by the pool. If only they knew." They continued to talk, mentioning names and places I didn't recognize. I tried to memorize as much as I could, my journalistic instincts kicking in despite my fear. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, they finally left the study. I waited, barely breathing, until I heard the front door close and a car engine start up outside. Slowly, I crawled out from under the desk, my legs cramped and shaky. My mind was racing. What should I do? Call the police? But what if the Winters were involved? They could be back any minute, and I had no proof of what I'd heard. I needed evidence. With trembling hands, I approached the safe again. It was still slightly open. Inside, I found stacks of cash, the ledger I'd seen earlier, and a USB drive. Without thinking too much about the consequences, I grabbed the USB drive and shoved it in my pocket. I also snapped a quick photo of the open safe with my phone, making sure to capture the cash and ledger. Just as I was closing the safe and straightening the painting, I heard another car pull up outside. Panic gripped me again. I raced out of the study, barely remembering to close the door behind me. I made it to the living room just as the front door opened. Dr. and Mrs. Winters walked in, looking tired but happy. "Oh, Emma," Mrs. Winters exclaimed. "We didn't expect you to still be here. How was everything?" I forced a smile, hoping my face didn't betray the turmoil inside me. "Great," I managed to say. "No problems at all. How was your conference?" As they chatted about their trip, I nodded along, my mind elsewhere. The USB drive felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. "Well, we won't keep you, Doctor," Winters said finally. "I'm sure you're eager to get back to your own place. Here's a little something extra for your trouble." He handed me an envelope. I thanked him, feeling sick to my stomach. Was this hush money? Did they know I'd overheard something? I gathered my things and headed for the door, my legs feeling like jelly. "Oh, and Emma," Mrs. Winters called after me. We might need a house sitter again next month. Would you be interested?" I turned, meeting her gaze. Her smile seemed genuine, but there was something in her eyes, a calculating look that I hadn't noticed before. "Sure," I heard myself say. "Just let me know." As I drove home, my mind was in chaos. What had I gotten myself into? I had evidence of something, but what exactly? And what was I supposed to do with it? I thought about going to the police, but without knowing who was involved, it felt too risky. What if the corruption went higher than I could imagine? When I got back to my apartment, I locked the door and drew the curtains. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I powered up my laptop with shaking hands and inserted the USB drive. What I found made my blood run cold. Financial records, shipping manifests, names and addresses. It was all there. This wasn't just some small-time operation. This was organized crime on a massive scale. And my professors, the kindly Dr. and Mrs. Winters, were right in the middle of it. I stayed up all night, poring over the files, taking notes, trying to make sense of it all. By morning, I had a decision to make. I could turn over what I knew to the authorities and hope for the best. I could pretend I'd never seen anything and try to forget it all. Or I could dig deeper, use my journalistic skills to uncover the whole story. As the sun rose, casting a pale light through my curtains, I made my choice. I couldn't walk away from this. It was too big, too important. I opened my laptop and began to type. The suburbs hide dark secrets behind their perfectly manicured lawns and friendly smiles. But sometimes, all it takes is one curious house sitter to bring those secrets into the light. I didn't know where this story would lead me, or how dangerous it might become. But I knew one thing for certain. My life would never be the same again. The cushy house-sitting gig had turned into the biggest story of my life, and I was determined to see it through, no matter the cost. Next story. The moment her hand touched my arm, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Her fingers were ice cold, her grip unnaturally strong. As I looked into her eyes, pleading for help, I saw nothing but emptiness. And that's when I realized this wasn't a stranded motorist. This was a trap. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the rural highway broken only by the occasional flicker of my headlights catching a road sign or the eyes of some nocturnal creature. It was past midnight and I was on my last delivery run of the night. As a driver for a small courier company, these late-night routes were part of the job. Usually they were uneventful, boring even, but not tonight. I first saw her about a mile back, a lone figure on the side of the road, arm outstretched in the universal sign for a hitchhiker. At first I drove past. Company policy strictly forbade picking up strangers, but something made me slow down, glancing in my rearview mirror. She looked so vulnerable standing there in the dark, young, maybe early 20s, with long dark hair whipping around her face in the wind. I could see she was shivering, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Against my better judgment, I found myself pulling over. As I put the van in park and rolled down the passenger window, I called out, "You okay? Need some help?" She approached slowly, relief evident on her face. "Oh, thank God," she said, her voice trembling. "My car broke down a few miles back, and I've been walking for hours. Could you please give me a ride to the next town?" I hesitated. Every instinct told me to drive away, but it was cold out and the next town was at least 20 miles away. What kind of person would I be if I left her here? "All right," I said, unlocking the doors. "Hop in. I can take you as far as Millbrook." Her smile was grateful as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver." We drove in silence for a few minutes. I could feel her shivering next to me, so I turned up the heat. "I'm Jake, by the way," I said, trying to break the ice. "Sarah," she replied, offering a small smile. As we talked, I found myself relaxing. Sarah was easy to chat with, and I felt good about helping her out. But as we drove deeper into the night, things started to feel off. I noticed Sarah kept glancing in the side mirror, as if looking for something behind us. And when I asked about her broken-down car, her story seemed to change slightly with each telling. "So what kind of car do you drive?" I asked casually, trying to pin down the details. Sarah hesitated a beat too long before answering. "Oh, it's a blue sedan, nothing special." But I distinctly remembered her saying it was red earlier. My unease grew as I realized we were now in the most isolated stretch of the route, nothing but dense forest on either side of the road for miles. That's when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror, a car approaching fast from behind. Sarah saw it too. Her entire demeanor changed in an instant. Gone was the grateful, shivering girl. In her place sat someone else entirely. Cold, calculating, dangerous. "Pull over," she commanded, her voice hard. "What? Why?" I asked, my heart beginning to race. "Just do it," she snapped, reaching into her jacket. The glint of metal caught my eye. A gun. My blood ran cold as the realization hit me. This wasn't a chance encounter. This was a setup. I slowed the van, my mind racing. If I stopped, I was dead. But if I tried to run... In that split second of indecision, Sarah made the choice for me. She grabbed the wheel, jerking it hard to the right. The van swerved violently. I fought for control, but the tires caught the soft shoulder of the road. We were going too fast. The world spun as the van rolled, once, twice, before coming to rest on its side in the ditch. For a moment, everything was silent, except for the hiss of the radiator and the ringing in my ears. Then pain hit me in waves. My head throbbed where it had struck the window, and I could feel warm blood trickling down my face. I blinked, trying to orient myself. Sarah was gone, the passenger door hanging open above me. Outside, I could hear voices, male voices. "Check the van," someone shouted. "Make sure he's alive. Boss wants him breathing." Panic gave me strength I didn't know I had. I unbuckled my seatbelt, falling awkwardly onto the driver's side door. Every movement sent shards of pain through my body, but I forced myself to move. The back of the van was a mess, packages strewn everywhere. But among the chaos, I spotted my salvation, a small pry bar we used for stubborn crates. I grabbed it just as a face appeared in the shattered windshield. A man, mid-30s, with a scar running down his cheek. His eyes widened when he saw me conscious. "He's awake," he yelled to someone behind him. "Get over here." I didn't give him a chance to say more. With all my strength, I swung the pry bar. It connected with a sickening crunch, and the man fell back with a cry of pain. Using the bar, I managed to force open the driver's side door enough to squeeze through. As I emerged from the wreckage, I got my first clear look at my attackers. There were 4 of them, including Sarah, all armed, all looking at me with a mixture of surprise and anger. "Don't move," one of them growled, raising his gun. But I was already running, fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror. I plunged into the forest, branches whipping my face as I crashed through the underbrush. Behind me I could hear them shouting, their voices getting fainter as I put distance between us. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I allow myself to stop, collapsing behind a fallen tree. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit. Nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night. As my breathing slowed, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was lost in the woods, injured, with no phone, and no idea which direction led to safety. And somewhere out there, 4 armed individuals were hunting me. I allowed myself a moment of despair, but only a moment. I couldn't give up. I had to keep moving. Using the stars to orient myself, I began to walk. Every shadow made me jump. Every snapping twig sent my heart racing. But I pressed on. Hours passed. The sky began to lighten, the first rays of dawn breaking through the trees. And then, like a miracle, I heard it. The distant sound of traffic. New energy flooded through me. I quickened my pace, following the sound. Finally, the trees thinned, and I found myself on the edge of a highway. A different highway than the one I'd been on, but a path to salvation, nonetheless. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a madman with my bloodied face and torn clothes. The elderly couple inside seemed terrified, but they stopped. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. Someone's after me." They must have seen the desperation in my eyes because the man nodded, unlocking the doors. "Get in, son. We'll take you to the police." As we drove, I recounted my harrowing night. The couple listened in shocked silence, the woman clutching her husband's arm. At the police station, my story was met with skepticism at first, but as I described Sarah and the others in detail, I saw recognition dawn in the detective's eyes. "We've had reports of a group operating like this along Interstate 80, he said, his expression grim, "targeting lone drivers, especially truckers, and delivery personnel. But this is the first time someone's escaped to tell us about it." Over the next few weeks, I worked with the police, giving statements, looking at mugshots. They found my van, but Sarah and her accomplices had vanished. I couldn't go back to my old job. The thought of driving those lonely roads at night filled me with paralyzing fear. But in a way, Sarah and her crew had given me a gift, a story, a warning. I started writing, sharing my experience online. It resonated with people, especially other drivers. Soon I was giving talks, advocating for better safety measures for long-haul drivers and couriers. My brush with death had given me a new purpose. And while I still look over my shoulder more often than I'd like, I know that by speaking out, I might just save someone else from falling into the same trap. Because out there on the dark highways, not everyone who asks for help is a victim. Sometimes the real danger is in being too willing to trust a stranger. Next story. The first footprint I saw could have been my own. The second, maybe a fellow hiker's. But the third, perfectly formed and definitely not mine, sent a chill down my spine. Someone was following me, and in the vast wilderness of the Rockies, that could only mean one thing. I was being hunted. I'd always loved solo camping. There's something about the solitude, the raw connection with nature, that you just can't get when you're with other people. This trip was supposed to be my escape, a week-long trek through some of the most beautiful and isolated terrain in Colorado. I'd planned meticulously, packing enough supplies to last me 10 days, just in case. A satellite phone was my only concession to safety, and even that, I'd promised myself I'd use only in the direst emergency. The first 3 days were everything I'd hoped for. The weather was perfect, crisp mountain air filling my lungs as I hiked through alpine meadows and dense forests. At night, I'd fall asleep to the sound of a nearby stream, the Milky Way stretching overhead in a dazzling display you never see in the city. It was on the fourth morning that things changed. I woke just before dawn, as usual, eager to break camp and get an early start. That's when I saw it, a set of footprints in the soft earth near my tent. At first, I dismissed them. I must have made them last night and forgotten, I told myself. But as I followed their trail with my eyes, my blood ran cold. They circled my entire campsite, coming right up to my tent at one point. Someone had been watching me sleep. I packed up faster than I ever had before, my hands shaking as I stuffed my gear into my backpack. Part of me wanted to use the satellite phone right then, to call for help. But what would I say? That I saw some footprints? I had no proof of any real danger, and the rational part of my brain was still trying to come up with logical explanations. So I hiked on, following my planned route, but with a new sense of urgency. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. By midday, I was exhausted, more from the constant state of alertness than from the physical exertion. I stopped by a small lake to refill my water bottles and try to calm my nerves. That's when I saw the reflection in the water, a figure standing on the ridge above me, partially hidden by a tree. I whirled around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Had I imagined it? The stress playing tricks on my mind? I didn't stay to find out. I grabbed my pack and started moving again, no longer caring about following my planned route. My only goal now was to put as much distance between me and whoever or whatever was out there. As the day wore on, the evidence became harder to dismiss. A freshly broken branch here, a disturbed patch of moss there, small signs that someone was paralleling my route, staying just out of sight. By the time I made camp that night, I was a wreck. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a potential threat. I didn't dare light a fire, instead choking down a cold meal of trail mix and beef jerky. Sleep was out of the question. I sat with my back against a tree, a small folding knife clutched in my hand, straining my eyes against the darkness. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving around my campsite. I held my breath, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from all around me. Then a voice, low and gravelly. "I know you're awake. Why don't you come out and say hello?" Terror gripped me. This was real. This was happening. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer out. "What do you want?" A chuckle, cold and mirthless. "What do I want? Oh, city boy, out here, it's not about want, it's about need. And right now, I need you to start running." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted, leaving my tent and most of my gear behind. The only things I had were what I'd been clutching all night. My knife, the satellite phone, and a small pack with some water and energy bars. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me I could hear him, not running, but moving steadily, confidently. He knew these woods. This was his territory, and I was nothing but prey. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I allowed myself to slow down, gasping for breath. I couldn't keep running forever. I needed a plan. The satellite phone. I pulled it out with trembling hands, praying for a signal. 1 bar. It would have to do. As I was dialing, a sharp crack split the air. The phone exploded in my hand, pieces of plastic and electronics scattering on the forest floor. The shot had come from behind me, too close for comfort. "Ah, the voice called out, closer now. "That would be cheating. This is between you and me, city boy." I ran again, fueled by a new surge of adrenaline. But I knew I couldn't outrun him forever. I needed to outsmart him. I found a stream and started following it downstream, hoping the water would mask my scent and cover my tracks. As I moved, my mind raced, trying to recall every survival tip I'd ever read or seen on TV. After about a mile, I veered off suddenly, backtracking along the bank before heading off in a new direction. It wasn't much, but I hoped it might buy me some time, make him think I was still following the stream. I found a dense thicket and crawled inside, trying to slow my breathing, to become as silent and still as possible. And I waited. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold fear that gripped me. I heard him pass by twice, muttering to himself, clearly frustrated at having lost my trail. As dusk approached, I knew I had to move. I couldn't stay hidden forever, and I was no closer to safety than I had been this morning. Slowly, carefully, I emerged from my hiding spot. That's when I saw it, a glint of metal in the fading light. A trap, not 10 feet from where I'd been hiding. If I'd tried to run earlier, I would have stumbled right into it. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He wasn't just tracking me, he was herding me, driving me towards his traps. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment hunt. This was a game he'd played before. With this new understanding came a grim determination. I wasn't going to be his prey any longer. It was time to turn the tables. I started moving again, but with purpose now. I laid false trails, doubled back on myself, used every trick I could think of to confuse my trail. And all the while, I watched for more traps, for signs of his passage. As night fell, I found what I was looking for, his camp. It was well hidden, but in his arrogance, he'd underestimated me. He hadn't expected his prey to become the hunter. I watched from the shadows as he returned, clearly angry at having lost me. He threw down his rifle and slumped by the fire, muttering curses. This was my chance. I crept closer, my hand tightening around my small knife. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. A twig snapped under my foot. His head whipped around, eyes wide with surprise. For a moment, we just stared at each other, prey and predator. Roles suddenly reversed. Then everything happened at once. He lunged for his rifle. I threw myself forward, knife outstretched. We collided, rolling on the ground, each fighting for survival. He was stronger, but I was desperate. Somehow, in the chaos, my knife found its mark. He let out a gasp, more of surprise than pain, and then went still. I scrambled away, shocked at what I'd done, but there was no time for regret or moral quandaries. I grabbed his rifle and satellite phone, and I ran. It took search and rescue 2 days to find me. By then, I was dehydrated, exhausted, and on the verge of collapse. As the helicopter lifted me to safety, I looked down at the vast wilderness below. It no longer seemed beautiful. Now, it just looked like a place to hide bodies. The authorities found his camp, and with it, evidence of other victims. The man who had hunted me was wanted in 3 states for a string of disappearances. In the end, my nightmare had saved lives. Next story. The first camera I found was in the shower head. The second was nestled in the eye of a teddy bear. By the time I discovered the third, hidden behind a vent in the master bedroom, I knew I was in serious trouble. It was supposed to be an easy night of babysitting. The Wilsons were new to the neighborhood, having just moved into the sprawling Victorian mansion at the end of our street, when Mrs. Wilson approached me after church last Sunday, her perfectly manicured nails tapping my shoulder. I jumped at the chance to make some extra cash. "We'll only be gone for a few hours," she had said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Tommy's an angel. He'll be in bed by 8 and you'll have the run of the house." Now, as I stood in the center of their opulent living room, my heart pounding against my ribs, I realized just how wrong I'd been to trust that smile. The house was silent save for the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. Tommy had gone to bed without a fuss, just as his mother promised. It was only after I'd settled onto the plush leather couch, ready to dive into my homework, that I noticed something odd about the antique mirror hanging on the opposite wall. A tiny red light blinked in the corner of the ornate frame, almost imperceptible. Curiosity piqued, I approached it, my reflection growing larger with each step. That's when I saw it, a lens no bigger than a pinhead, embedded in the glass. My blood ran cold. A camera. Someone was watching me. Panic set in as I began to search the room, my eyes darting from one shadowy corner to the next. The more I looked, the more I found. A camera in the bookshelf, another in the light fixture, one even hidden in the potted plant by the window. My mind raced. Were the Wilsons secretly filming me, or was someone else watching? Someone who had invaded their home just as they had invited me in. I sprinted up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my socks slipping on the polished wood. I had to check on Tommy. His room was dark, illuminated only by the soft glow of a nightlight. I crept to his bed, relief washing over me as I saw his small chest rising and falling with each peaceful breath. But as I turned to leave, my eye caught something on his dresser. The teddy bear sat innocently among his other stuffed animals, its glassy eyes reflecting the dim light. But one eye was different. It glinted unnaturally, and as I leaned in closer, my suspicions were confirmed. Another camera. My stomach churned. I had to get out of here, had to call the police. But as I reached for my phone, I realized with horror that I'd left it downstairs on the coffee table. I descended the stairs slowly, each creak of the old wood sending shivers down my spine. The house felt different now, sinister. Every shadow seemed to hide another lens. another eye watching my every move. As I entered the living room, my gaze immediately fell on my phone. It wasn't where I'd left it. Instead, it sat in the center of the coffee table, screen up, as if someone had placed it there deliberately. I snatched it up, my trembling fingers fumbling with the passcode. No signal, of course. The Wilsons' house was notorious for its poor reception. I'd have to use their landline. I made my way to the kitchen, where I'd seen a phone mounted on the wall earlier, but as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The phone was gone, leaving behind only an empty bracket and a few frayed wires. My heart hammered in my chest. This wasn't just surveillance anymore. Someone was in the house with me, moving things, cutting off my means of communication. I was trapped. I ran to the front door, yanking on the handle. Locked. I hadn't locked it earlier, I was sure of it. Panic clawed at my throat as I tried the windows, each one secured tightly. A noise from upstairs made me freeze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, creaking across the floorboards. They were coming from Tommy's room. I had to get to him. Camera or no camera, I couldn't leave that little boy alone with whoever was up there. I grabbed a heavy candlestick from the mantel, its weight reassuring in my grip, and began to climb the stairs. Each step felt like an eternity, the old wood groaning beneath my feet. The footsteps above had stopped, but I could hear something else now. A low murmur, like someone talking softly. I reached the landing, pressing myself against the wall. Tommy's door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the hallway. I inched closer, straining to hear. "That's right, Tommy, you're doing so well, just like we practiced." The voice was unfamiliar, deep and soothing. My blood turned to ice. What were they doing to him? I peered through the crack in the door, and the scene before me made my heart stop. Tommy sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes wide and unfocused. In front of him stood a man I'd never seen before, tall and lean, dressed all in black. But it was the object in his hands that made my breath catch in my throat. A tablet. On its screen I could see multiple video feeds. The living room, the kitchen, the hallway where I now stood. He was watching everything. I must have made a sound, a gasp or a whimper, because the man's head snapped towards the door. Our eyes met through the narrow opening, and for a moment, time stood still. Then he smiled. It was a terrible thing, that smile, full of malice and triumph. "Ah," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. "Our guest of honor has arrived. Won't you join us?" I didn't think. I ran. Down the stairs, through the living room, my feet barely touching the ground. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps thundering, gaining on me with every second. The back door. It was my last hope. I skidded into the kitchen, my socks sliding on the tile, and lunged for the handle. It turned. Thank God it turned. I burst into the backyard, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. The grass was wet with dew, soaking through my socks as I sprinted across the lawn. The high fence loomed before me, a dark silhouette against the starry sky. I reached it, my fingers scrabbling at the rough wood as I tried to pull myself up. Behind me, I heard the back door slam open. He was out of the house. "You can't run forever," he called, his voice calm and confident. "This is my game, and I know every move." I hauled myself over the fence, landing hard on the other side. I was in the neighbor's yard now, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I ran through unfamiliar gardens, vaulting over low fences and ducking under clotheslines. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed on. I had to get help, had to save Tommy. The streets of the neighborhood blurred past me as I ran, houses dark and silent. Why wasn't anyone awake? Why weren't there any cars? It wasn't until I reached the end of the street that I realized something was terribly wrong. The road simply ended. Beyond it was nothing but an empty blackness, as if the world itself had been cut off. I turned, desperate, looking for another way out, but everywhere I looked, I saw the same thing. Darkness encroaching, swallowing up the edges of the neighborhood. and in the distance, growing louder with each passing second, I heard his footsteps. "You see now, don't you?" His voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. There's no escape. There never was. I sank to my knees, the damp grass soaking through my jeans. As the darkness closed in around me, I saw him emerge from between two houses, that terrible smile still plastered on his face. "Don't worry," he said, kneeling down beside me. "You're going to be a star." The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the blinking red light of a camera, recording every moment of my defeat. I jolted awake with a gasp, my heart racing. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly came into focus. It had been a dream, just a terrible, vivid dream. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, desperate to ground myself in reality. As the screen lit up, a notification caught my eye, a new email sent just moments ago. With trembling fingers, I opened it. There was no message, just an attachment, a video file. As I hit play, my blood ran cold. There I was, running through an endless neighborhood, terror etched on my face, and behind me, always behind me, was him. The camera blinked its red light, a silent witness to my newfound nightmare. Next story. The first snap of the twig could have been a deer, the second maybe a raccoon, but the third, followed by hushed voices, told me I wasn't alone in these God-forsaken woods, and whatever I'd stumbled upon, I wasn't meant to find. I'd set out at dawn, my backpack laden with enough supplies for a 3-day hike through the Adirondacks. The trail was supposed to be easy, a well-marked path that even novice hikers could navigate. But somewhere around noon, I'd taken a wrong turn, or maybe the turn I'd taken was right, and the map was wrong. Either way, I found myself in a part of the forest that felt older, wilder than where I'd started. The trees here grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy so thick that only slivers of sunlight managed to penetrate. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. As the hours wore on and the light began to fade, I realized I was well and truly lost. I should have stopped then, should have made camp and waited for daylight. But panic had started to set in, driving me forward in the desperate hope that I'd stumble upon a ranger station or a road, anything that could lead me back to civilization. It was in this state of near exhaustion and mounting fear that I first saw the flicker of light through the trees. A campfire, I thought, relief washing over me, other hikers maybe, or a park ranger, someone who could help me find my way back. I pushed through a dense thicket, branches scratching at my face and arms, and emerged into a small clearing. What I saw there made me freeze, my heart leaping into my throat. It wasn't a campsite, at least not any kind I'd ever seen. A large military-style tent dominated the center of the clearing. Around it, crates were stacked haphazardly, their contents hidden, but their purpose clear. This was no casual camping trip. This was an operation. I should have left then, should have turned and run as fast and as far as I could. But curiosity, that damned human trait, kept me rooted to the spot. I crept closer, my feet moving of their own accord. The tent flap was partially open, and I could see movement inside. Shadows danced on the canvas, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. I strained to hear what they were saying, but the words were indistinct, muffled by the rustle of leaves and the pounding of my own heart. I was so focused on the tent that I almost missed the other details. The fresh tire tracks leading into the clearing, too wide for any ATV. The sophisticated-looking equipment scattered around, decidedly not standard camping gear. And there, half hidden under a tarp, something that made my blood run cold. Guns. Not hunting rifles, but serious military-grade weapons. I'd stumbled onto something big, something illegal. My mind raced with possibilities. Drug runners, arms dealers. Whatever it was, I knew I was in way over my head. I started to back away, trying to retrace my steps without making a sound. But in my haste, I forgot to look where I was going. My foot came down on a fallen branch, and the crack echoed through the clearing like a gunshot. The voices in the tent stopped abruptly. I heard the scrape of a chair, footsteps approaching. Panic seized me, and I dove behind the nearest tree, pressing myself against the rough bark. "Check the perimeter," a gruff voice commanded. "Could be an animal, but I'm not taking any chances." I heard them fan out, their footsteps crunching on the leaf-strewn ground. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I tried to control my breathing, to make myself as small and quiet as possible. A beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping back and forth. They had flashlights. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying they wouldn't come my way. "Nothing over here, boss," a voice called out, too close for comfort. "Keep looking," the gruff voice responded. "If it's a ranger, we need to know." I opened my eyes a crack, trying to gauge how many of them there were. Through the gloom, I could make out at least 3 figures moving through the trees, maybe more back at the camp. Too many for me to outrun or overpower. I needed a plan. I couldn't stay here forever, and sooner or later they'd find me. I looked around frantically, searching for an escape route. The forest seemed to close in around me, every direction looking equally dark and foreboding. That's when I saw it, a small gap between 2 large boulders, half hidden by a fallen log. It was a tight squeeze, but it might just be big enough for me to slip through. And if I was lucky, it might lead to a way out. I waited until the nearest searcher had his back turned, then made my move. Crouching low, I scurried across the open ground, my heart in my mouth. Just as I reached the boulders, I heard a shout. "Hey! Over there!" I didn't look back. I dove for the gap, ignoring the sharp rocks that scraped my sides. It was a tighter fit than I'd thought, and for one terrifying moment I thought I was stuck. But with a final, desperate wriggle, I slipped through. I found myself in a narrow ravine, the walls rising steep and high on either side. Without pausing to catch my breath, I started to run, stumbling over loose rocks and exposed roots. Behind me, I could hear shouting and the beam of flashlights. They knew where I'd gone, and they were coming after me. The ravine twisted and turned, and I followed it blindly, praying it wouldn't lead to a dead end. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. The sounds of pursuit seemed to be getting closer. Or was that just my imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion? Just when I thought I couldn't go on any further, the ravine opened up. I burst out onto a wider trail, clearly man-made, a hiking trail. In the distance, I could see lights, a ranger station, or maybe a campground. Safety. I ran towards the lights, my feet pounding on the packed earth. Behind me, I heard frustrated shouts echoing from the ravine. They'd lost my trail. As I neared the lights, I saw it was indeed a ranger station. A lone figure stood outside, peering into the darkness at the sound of my approach. "Help!" I gasped, stumbling the last few yards. "Please, you have to help me!" The ranger, a middle-aged woman with a kind face, caught me as I nearly collapsed. "Easy there," she said, her voice calm but alert. "What's happened? Are you hurt?" Between gasping breaths, I tried to explain what I'd seen. The camp, the weapons, the men chasing me. The ranger's expression grew grave as she listened. "Let's get you inside," she said, guiding me towards the station. "I need to call this in." As we entered the warm, brightly lit building, I felt the adrenaline start to fade, replaced by a bone-deep weariness. The ranger sat me down, handed me a bottle of water, and went to make her call. I sipped the water slowly, my mind still reeling from everything that had happened. Part of me still couldn't believe it was real, but the scratches on my arms, the mud on my clothes, and the lingering fear in my gut told me otherwise. The ranger returned, her face serious. "I've alerted the authorities," she said. "They're sending a team out now, but it'll take them some time to get here. In the meantime, I need you to tell me everything you saw, every detail, no matter how small." I nodded, taking a deep breath. As I began to recount my story, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Whatever I'd stumbled upon out there in the woods, it was bigger than me, bigger than this small ranger station in the middle of nowhere. And as the night wore on, with the ranger taking notes and the clock ticking towards dawn, I wondered if I'd ever feel safe in the wilderness again. The forest, once a place of solace and adventure, now held shadows I couldn't unsee. But as I finished my tale and saw the determination in the ranger's eyes, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever was out there, whatever dark operation I'd uncovered, it wouldn't remain hidden for long, and maybe, just maybe, my ill-fated hike would lead to something good after all. As the first light of dawn began to peek through the windows, I heard the distant sound of helicopters approaching. Help was coming, and with it, the promise of answers to the mysteries hidden in the depths of the forest. Next story. The lock clicked shut with a finality that made my skin crawl. I yanked at the door handle, once, twice, 3 times, but it wouldn't budge. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. We were trapped, and whoever had locked us in was still out there. It was supposed to be a quick overnight stay, just a place to rest our heads before continuing our cross-country road trip. Sarah and I had been driving for hours, our eyes heavy with exhaustion, when we spotted the neon vacancy sign of the Pine Grove Motel flickering in the darkness. The place looked like it had seen better days, paint peeling from the wooden siding, and weeds pushing up through cracks in the parking lot. But it was cheap, and we were too tired to care about aesthetics. The night clerk, a wiry man with thinning hair and nicotine-stained fingers, barely looked up from his dog-eared paperback as he handed us the key to room 13. "Checkout's at 11, he mumbled, his voice as worn as the motel itself. Our room was small and musty, with faded floral wallpaper and a sagging queen-sized bed. But it had a shower with hot water and clean towels, which felt like luxury after hours on the road. "It's just for one night," Sarah said, trying to sound optimistic as she tested the lumpy mattress. "We'll be back on the road before we know it." If only we'd known then how wrong she was. The trouble started around 2 a.m. I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't quite place, a scraping metallic noise that seemed to be coming from just outside our door. At first I thought I was dreaming, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to my consciousness, but then I heard it again, louder this time, followed by hushed voices. I nudged Sarah awake, pressing a finger to my lips to keep her quiet. She blinked at me in confusion, then froze as the noises outside grew more distinct. Someone was definitely out there, and they were trying to get in. We scrambled out of bed, our hearts pounding in unison. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, ready to call for help, but my stomach dropped when I saw the no service message glaring back at me. "Try the landline," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I picked up the ancient-looking phone on the bedside table and put it to my ear. Nothing, not even a dial tone. We were cut off. The scraping at the door intensified, punctuated by muffled curses. Whoever was out there was getting frustrated. I looked around frantically for something, anything, we could use as a weapon. The lamp was too unwieldy. The TV bolted to the wall. My eyes landed on the shower curtain rod. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I had just managed to wrench it free when we heard a new sound, the unmistakable click of a key in the lock. Our eyes met in the dim light, a silent understanding passing between us. This was it. We had to be ready. The door swung open and 2 figures stepped into the room. In the darkness, I could make out the glint of something metallic in one of their hands, a crowbar, or maybe a tire iron. Without thinking, I swung the curtain rod as hard as I could. There was a satisfying thud as it connected with something solid, followed by a grunt of pain. Sarah screamed, more out of surprise than fear, I think, and lunged for the open door. I was right behind her, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete of the walkway as we ran. The night air was crisp and biting, a stark contrast to the stuffy warmth of our room. We sprinted across the parking lot, the gravel digging into our souls, heading for our car. Safety was just a few yards away, but as we reached the vehicle, my heart sank. The tires were flat, all four of them, slashed open. We were going nowhere. "The office!" Sarah gasped, already turning towards the flickering neon sign at the far end of the lot. "Maybe the clerk can help." We ran, the sound of pursuit growing louder behind us. I chanced a glance over my shoulder and saw three men now, their faces hidden in shadow, but their intent clear in the purposeful way they moved. We burst into the office, the bell over the door jingling cheerfully, incongruous with our panic. The night clerk looked up, startled, his paperback falling to the floor. "Hey, please," I panted. "You have to help us. There are men chasing us. They broke into our room." But as I spoke, I saw the clerk's expression change, not to one of concern or alarm, but to something else, something that made my blood run cold. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Now, he said, his voice no longer bored but sharp with anticipation. "What seems to be the problem here?" The door behind us opened, the cheerful bell now sounding like a death knell. I turned to see our pursuers filing in, blocking our exit. In the harsh fluorescent light of the office, I could finally see their faces clearly. One of them, the largest, sported a fresh bruise on his temple where I'd struck him with the curtain rod. "Looks like we've got some runners, boys," the clerk said, coming out from behind the counter. He was holding something in his hand, a syringe filled with clear liquid. "You know how I hate it when they run." Sarah gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What do you want from us?" she demanded, her voice stronger than I would have thought possible given the circumstances. The clerk chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Want? Oh, sweetheart, it's not about what we want. It's about what others are willing to pay for. And let me tell you, pretty young things like you two, you'll fetch a very nice price indeed." The reality of our situation hit me like a freight train. This wasn't just a robbery. This was something far worse. We were merchandise to these men, nothing more than product to be sold to the highest bidder. I felt Sarah tense beside me, and I knew without looking what she was about to do. In that moment, we were perfectly in sync, our thoughts aligned by sheer desperation. We moved as one, charging towards the nearest man. The element of surprise was on our side, and we managed to knock him off balance. Sarah's elbow connected with his solar plexus, driving the air from his lungs, while I aimed a kick at his knee. There was a sickening pop, and he went down with a howl of pain. We were through the door before the others could react, the cool night air hitting us like a slap to the face. But where could we go? Our car was useless, and we were in the middle of nowhere. "The woods," Sarah gasped, already veering towards the tree line that bordered the motel property. "We can lose them in there." I didn't argue, just followed her lead as we plunged into the darkness of the forest. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the beam of flashlights cutting through the night. They were coming after us, and they knew these woods far better than we did. We ran blindly, branches whipping at our faces and underbrush tearing at our legs. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through my system. Were they gaining on us? How long could we keep this up? Just when I thought my lungs would burst, Sarah pulled me to a stop. "Listen," she whispered, her breath coming in ragged gasps. At first, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart, but then I heard it, the distant rumble of traffic, a highway, civilization, hope. We pushed on, our pace slowing to a jog as exhaustion began to take its toll. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but we couldn't be sure if that meant we'd lost them, or if they were just being more cautious in their search. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we broke through the tree line. There, stretching out before us like a ribbon of salvation, was a 2-lane highway, and in the distance, I could see the headlights of an approaching truck, We waved our arms frantically, probably looking like madmen to the driver, but thankfully, mercifully, the truck began to slow. As we climbed into the cab, the kind-faced trucker peering at us with concern, I felt the first real sense of relief since this nightmare began. We were safe. We had escaped. But as the truck pulled away, carrying us towards the nearest town and the promise of help, I couldn't shake the memory of the clerk's words. How many others had fallen victim to their scheme? How long had they been operating, turning their remote motel into a hunting ground for unsuspecting travelers? I looked at Sarah, saw the same resolve in her eyes that I felt in my heart. This wasn't over. We had escaped, yes, but now we had a responsibility to report what had happened, to make sure those men were stopped. Our road trip had taken an unexpected detour, but as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I realized our journey was far from over. It had only just begun. Next story. The moment I handed him my keys, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. His fingers closed around them, a triumphant glint in his eyes that sent a chill down my spine. But by then, it was too late. We were already driving down a road I didn't recognize, and the man I thought was just an interested buyer had become something far more sinister. It had started innocently enough. I needed to sell my old Honda Civic to help cover this semester's tuition. As a broke college student, every dollar counted, and I figured I could get a decent price for it. I posted an ad online, included some decent photos, and waited. When Mike reached out, he seemed perfect. He asked all the right questions about the car's history and maintenance. He was polite in his messages, and when we spoke on the phone, he had a friendly, easygoing manner that put me at ease. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near campus, for him to see the car and maybe take it for a test drive. I remember thinking how normal he looked when I first saw him. Mid-30s, clean-shaven, wearing a polo shirt and jeans. He could have been anyone's dad or friendly neighbor. We chatted over coffee, and he seemed genuinely interested in my studies. Looking back, I should have noticed how he steered the conversation, asking about my family, where I was from, whether I had roommates. But at the time, it just felt like pleasant small talk. When we got to the car, he did a thorough inspection, looking under the hood and checking the tires. Everything seemed to be going well. "Mind if we take it for a spin?" he asked, flashing a smile. "I'd like to see how it handles on the highway." I nodded, climbing into the passenger seat. It wasn't until we'd been driving for about 15 minutes that I realized we were heading out of town. Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even as unease began to creep in. Mike's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes changed. "I know a great stretch of road to really test the engine. Won't take long." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Actually, I'd rather we head back now. I have a class in an hour." He didn't respond, just kept driving. The buildings grew sparser, replaced by open fields and patches of woodland. My heart began to race as I realized how isolated we were becoming. "Mike, seriously, turn around now." I tried to make my voice firm, authoritative, but it came out shaky. That's when he dropped the act. His friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Shut up and sit still if you know what's good for you." Fear gripped me, icy tendrils wrapping around my heart. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, did they? But the growing distance between us and civilization told me this was all too real. I glanced at the door, wondering if I could jump out, but we were going too fast. And even if I survived the fall, where would I go? There was nothing but empty fields for miles. "Don't even think about it," Mike growled as if reading my mind. "One wrong move, and things will get very unpleasant for you." I believed him. The menace in his voice left no room for doubt. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. My phone was in my pocket, but I knew I'd never be able to call for help without him noticing. Maybe if I could just send a quick text. Slowly, trying not to draw attention, I slipped my hand into my pocket. But before I could even touch my phone, Mike's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist in a vice-like grip. "Nice try," he snarled, wrenching my arm so hard I cried out in pain. "Hand it over, now." With trembling fingers, I pulled out my phone and placed it in his outstretched hand. He immediately rolled down the window and tossed it out, the device disappearing into the blur of the passing landscape. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I was truly cut off now, with no way to call for help. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back furiously. I couldn't fall apart now. I had to stay alert, look for any opportunity to escape. We drove for what felt like hours, the scenery unchanging. Mike remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I tried to memorize every turn, every landmark, but it was useless. Everything looked the same. Finally, we turned onto a dirt road, barely more than a trail, cutting through a dense patch of woods. The car bounced and jolted over the uneven ground, the branches scraping against the windows. After a few minutes, we emerged into a clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood. Mike put the car in park and turned to me, his expression unreadable. "We're here. Get out." My legs felt like jelly as I stepped out of the car. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. In any other circumstance, it might have been peaceful. Now, it felt oppressive, isolating. Inside, Mike ordered, prodding me forward with something hard pressed against my back. I didn't need to look to know it was a gun. The cabin was as run down inside as it looked from the outside. A layer of dust covered everything, and the musty smell of long abandonment filled my nostrils. There was a rickety table, a couple of chairs, and an old mattress in the corner. Nothing else. "Sit," Mike said, gesturing to one of the chairs. As I sank into it, he pulled out a length of rope from a duffel bag I hadn't noticed before. My stomach churned as he began to tie my hands behind my back, the rough fibers biting into my skin. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. Mike paused in his work, considering me for a moment. "It's nothing personal, kid, just business. You'd be surprised how much people will pay for a young, healthy specimen like yourself." The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. The horror stories I'd heard on the news suddenly became my reality. I felt sick. "Please," I begged, unable to keep the desperation from my voice. "You don't have to do this. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Just let me go." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that made me flinch. "Save your breath. You're not the first to make that promise, and you won't be the last. You're merchandise now, nothing more." With my hands secured, he moved to tie my ankles to the chair legs. I knew this might be my last chance. Gathering every ounce of strength and courage I had left, I waited until he was kneeling in front of me. Then, with all my might, I kicked out, my foot connecting solidly with his face. Mike fell backward with a cry of pain and surprise. I didn't waste a second. I threw myself sideways, the chair toppling over with me. The impact sent shockwaves of pain through my shoulder, but I ignored it, focusing on wriggling my hands free. I heard Mike cursing, scrambling to his feet. The ropes were looser than I'd thought. He must have been overconfident, not expecting me to fight back. With a final desperate tug, my hands came free. I untangled myself from the fallen chair, just as Mike lunged for me. I rolled away, narrowly avoiding his grasp. My eyes darted around the cabin, looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. There, the window. It was small, but so was I. I sprinted for it, adrenaline giving me speed I didn't know I possessed. Behind me, I heard Mike's enraged roar, felt his fingers brush my shirt as he tried to grab me. But I was faster. I threw myself at the window, arms covering my face as the glass shattered around me. Pain lanced through me as shards cut into my skin, but I didn't stop. I hit the ground running, bolting for the cover of the trees. Mike's shouts echoed behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. But I kept going, driven by pure survival instinct. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that green maze. but eventually the shouts faded, replaced by the normal sounds of the forest. Still, I didn't slow down. I couldn't risk it. It was nearly dark when I finally broke through the tree line and found myself on a road, a real paved road. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I started walking, my feet aching, my body screaming for rest. But I couldn't stop. Not yet. Headlights appeared in the distance, growing brighter as they approached. I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't Mike, praying they would stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. An elderly couple peered out at me, their faces etched with concern. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, taking in my disheveled appearance, the cuts and bruises. I shook my head, tears finally spilling over. "No," I choked out. "I need help, please." As they ushered me into their car, promising to take me to the police, the reality of what I'd escaped began to sink in. I was alive. I was free. But I knew the nightmare wasn't over. Mike was still out there, and who knew how many others like him. As we drove towards safety, I made a silent vow. I would do whatever it took to make sure he was caught, to make sure no one else would fall victim to his scheme. My ordeal might be over, but my fight was just beginning. Next story. The first drop of blood on the kitchen floor should have been my cue to run. Instead, I stood there, frozen, as the old man's kindly smile twisted into something far more sinister. In that moment, I realized I hadn't found shelter from the storm. I'd walked straight into the lion's den. It had started as a simple road trip, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup. Just me and the open road. I'd been driving for hours, the rain pelting my windshield with increasing fury, when my old Chevy started making a noise that sent chills down my spine, a rattling, sputtering sound that spelled trouble. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the last town I'd passed through, when the car finally gave up the ghost. It shuddered once, twice, and then died completely, leaving me stranded on a lonely stretch of country road. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain drum on the roof, weighing my options. My cell phone showed no signal, of course, and I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. With a sigh, I pulled on my raincoat and stepped out into the downpour. That's when I saw it, a faint light in the distance, barely visible through the sheets of rain. A farmhouse set back from the road. My salvation. I slogged through the mud, my shoes squelching with every step. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The house was old, its white paint peeling in places, but it looked well maintained. Flower pots lined the porch, and warm light spilled from the windows. I hesitated at the bottom of the porch steps. It was late, past 11 p.m., according to my watch. Would they even be awake? But desperation won out over politeness, and I climbed the steps, raising my hand to knock. Before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. An elderly man stood there, his face creased with smile lines, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Well, hello there," he said, his voice as warm as his smile. "Looks like you got caught in quite a storm. Come in, come in." Relief washed over me as I stepped inside out of the rain. The house was cozy, filled with the kind of knickknacks and worn furniture that spoke of a long, well-lived life. "I'm so sorry to bother you," I began, but he waved off my apologies. "Nonsense. We can't have you standing out there in this weather. I'm Frank, and that's my wife Martha," he said, gesturing to an equally elderly woman who had appeared in the doorway to what I assumed was the kitchen. "I'm Alex," I replied, still dripping on their welcome mat. "My car broke down about a mile back. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for a tow." Martha clucked her tongue sympathetically. "Oh dear, that's no good. But I'm afraid our phone line's been down since this afternoon. The storm, you know." My heart sank. "Oh, I see." "Now don't you worry," Frank said, patting my shoulder. "You're welcome to stay here tonight. The storm should pass by morning, and we can figure things out then. Martha, why don't you get our guests some dry clothes while I make some tea?" Before I knew it, I was seated at their kitchen table, wrapped in a borrowed robe that smelled faintly of mothballs, my hands curled around a steaming mug of tea. Martha fussed over me, insisting I eat something, while Frank regaled me with stories of the farm's history. It was nice, comforting. For the first time since my breakup, I felt cared for. But as the night wore on, little things started to nag at me. The way Martha's smile seemed to falter when she thought I wasn't looking. The fact that Frank's eyes never quite met mine when he spoke. And there was something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't until I got up to use the bathroom that I noticed it. A faint coppery smell underlying the homey scents of baked goods and furniture polish. I tried to shrug it off, but it clung to the back of my throat, making me uneasy. When I returned to the kitchen, Frank was alone, washing dishes at the sink. "Martha's gone to prepare the guest room for you," he said over his shoulder. I nodded, moving to pick up my mug from the table. That's when I saw it, a single drop of red on the faded linoleum floor. I stared at it, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. Frank must have sensed my stillness. He turned, his eyes following my gaze to the floor. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then slowly, he put down the dish he was holding and turned to face me fully. "Ah," he said, his voice no longer warm and grandfatherly. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice that." I looked up at him, my heart beginning to race. The kindly old man was gone, replaced by someone else, someone whose eyes were cold and calculating. "What's going on?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. Frank sighed, reaching for something behind him. "It's nothing personal, you understand. It's just, well, Martha and we have certain needs, and it's not often we get visitors out here." He brought his hand into view, and my blood ran cold. He was holding a large kitchen knife, its blade gleaming in the overhead light. I backed away, my eyes darting around for an escape route. "You don't have to do this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll leave right now. I won't tell anyone, I swear." Frank chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, I'm afraid it's far too late for that, Alex. You see, we've already decided you're going to help us, whether you want to or not." I made a break for it then, running for the front door. But Frank was surprisingly spry for his age. He caught me before I could reach the handle, his bony fingers digging into my arm with surprising strength. "Martha," he called out, "our guest is trying to leave." I heard footsteps on the stairs, and then Martha appeared, holding something in her hand. A syringe, I realized with growing horror. Now," she said, her voice sickly sweet. "There's no need for all this fuss. Just a little prick, and you'll feel much better." I fought then, with everything I had. I kicked and scratched and screamed, but they were stronger than they looked. Frank held me down while Martha approached with the syringe. In my desperation, I lashed out blindly. My elbow connected with something soft, Martha's stomach, I realized, and she stumbled back with a cry of pain, the syringe clattering to the floor. Taking advantage of Frank's momentary distraction, I wrenched myself free. I ran for the kitchen, my mind racing. The back door, there had to be a back door. I found it, fumbling with the lock as I heard Frank's angry shouts behind me. The door finally gave way, and I burst out into the rain-soaked night. The yard was muddy, my bare feet slipping and sliding as I ran. I could hear them behind me, their voices carried on the wind. I headed for the barn, thinking I could hide there, maybe find a weapon. The barn door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the quiet night. Inside, it was pitch black. I felt my way forward, my hands outstretched, praying I wouldn't run into anything. Suddenly, my foot hit something solid. I went down hard, landing in something wet and sticky. The coppery smell from earlier hit me full force, and I had to choke back a scream as I realized what it was. Blood. So much blood. My eyes were adjusting to the darkness now, and I could make out shapes. Hanging hooks, tables with straps, and something else. Something that looked horribly like body parts. This wasn't just murder. This was butchery. I scrambled to my feet, bile rising in my throat. I had to get out of here, had to run, had to find help. But as I turned to leave, I found the doorway blocked. Frank and Martha stood there, silhouetted against the night sky. "Oh, Alex," Martha said, her voice filled with false sympathy. "You really shouldn't have come in here. Now we have no choice." I backed away, my eyes darting around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My hand closed around something cold and metal, a pitchfork leaning against the wall. "Stay back," I warned, brandishing it in front of me. Frank laughed, a chilling sound. "Or what? You'll kill us? Go ahead. It won't be the first time someone's tried." They advanced slowly, confidently. They knew they had me cornered, but they had underestimated my will to survive. As they got closer, I made my move. I charged forward, the pitchfork held out in front of me like a lance. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, but it was too late. The tines sank into his chest with a sickening thud. Martha screamed, a sound of pure rage and grief. She came at me with her bare hands, her nails raking across my face. We grappled, rolling on the blood-soaked floor of the barn. My hand closed around something hard, a hammer that had fallen from a workbench. I swung blindly, feeling it connect with a dull thud. Martha went limp. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, the reality of what had just happened washing over me. Then, slowly, I got to my feet. The rain had stopped, I realized, and in the distance I could hear a sound that made my heart leap. Sirens. As I stumbled out of the barn, I saw police cars pulling up to the farmhouse, their lights painting the night in red and blue. Someone must have heard the commotion, called for help. I sank to my knees in the muddy yard, relief and shock washing over me in equal measure. It was over, I was safe, but as the police swarmed around me, asking questions I couldn't begin to answer, I knew that the nightmare was far from over. The things I'd seen in that barn, the horrors I'd experienced, they would stay with me forever. I had survived, yes, but at what cost? Next story. The safe wasn't supposed to be open. That was my first clue that this seemingly cushy house-sitting gig was about to turn into a nightmare. As I stared at the stack of unmarked bills and the suspicious ledger, I heard the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the front door lock. In that moment, I knew I was in way over my head. It had all started innocently enough. I was a broke college student, desperate for some extra cash to cover my textbooks, and maybe splurge on something other than ramen noodles for once. When my professor, Dr. Winters, mentioned he and his wife needed someone to house sit for a week while they were at a conference, I jumped at the chance. The Winters lived in one of those big, fancy houses in the suburbs, the kind with manicured lawns and 3-car garages. It was a far cry from my cramped studio apartment. When I arrived, Mrs. Winters gave me a whirlwind tour, pointing out the plants that needed watering and the elaborate security system I needed to set each night. "Oh, and dear," she'd said, pausing at the door to the study, "this room is strictly off limits. Private papers and all that, I'm sure you understand." I'd nodded, not thinking much of it. Rich people and their secrets, right? The first few days were uneventful. I lounged by the pool, raided their well-stocked fridge, and binge-watched shows on their massive TV. It was like a vacation in paradise. But on the 4th day, curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been a bit nosy. It's what made me want to be a journalist in the first place. The locked study door had been nagging at me, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. I told myself I was just making sure everything was okay in there. Maybe there was a plant I'd forgotten to water. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was enough to convince me to try the door handle. To my surprise, it wasn't locked. The study was immaculate, all dark wood and leather-bound books. It looked like something out of a movie. But what caught my eye was the painting on the far wall. It was slightly askew, and behind it, I could see the edge of a safe. Now, I'm not proud of what I did next, but like I said, curiosity has always been my weakness. I approached the painting, my heart pounding. I told myself I was just going to look, not touch anything. But when I moved the painting aside, I froze. The safe was open, just a crack, but enough for me to see inside. That's when I heard the front door. Panic set in. I quickly closed the safe and straightened the painting, my hands shaking. Footsteps echoed through the house, getting closer. "Hello?" a male voice called out. It wasn't Dr. Winters. I looked around frantically, searching for a place to hide. The closet was too obvious, and I'd never make it out the window in time. In desperation, I dove under the massive oak desk, pulling the chair in close to conceal me. The study door opened, and a pair of expensive-looking shoes came into view. "All clear in here," the man said, presumably into a phone. "Yeah, safe's untouched. Looks like the kid didn't snoop after all." Kid? Were they talking about me? Another set of footsteps entered the room. "Good," a woman's voice replied. "Last thing we need is some nosy college brat messing up our operation." My blood ran cold. Operation? What had I stumbled into? "Let's get what we need and get out," the man said. "The Winters will be back tomorrow, and we need to have everything in place by then." I held my breath as they moved around the room. I heard the safe open, papers rustling, and the distinct sound of money being counted. "Perfect," the woman said. "With this last shipment, we'll have enough to expand into 3 more states. The boss will be pleased." Shipment? States? My mind was reeling. This sounded big, way bigger than some run-of-the-mill theft or fraud. "What about the girl?" the man asked. "Think she suspects anything?" There was a pause. "Doubtful," the woman finally replied. "From what the Winters said, she's just some naive student. Probably spent the whole week by the pool. If only they knew." They continued to talk, mentioning names and places I didn't recognize. I tried to memorize as much as I could, my journalistic instincts kicking in despite my fear. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, they finally left the study. I waited, barely breathing, until I heard the front door close and a car engine start up outside. Slowly, I crawled out from under the desk, my legs cramped and shaky. My mind was racing. What should I do? Call the police? But what if the Winters were involved? They could be back any minute, and I had no proof of what I'd heard. I needed evidence. With trembling hands, I approached the safe again. It was still slightly open. Inside, I found stacks of cash, the ledger I'd seen earlier, and a USB drive. Without thinking too much about the consequences, I grabbed the USB drive and shoved it in my pocket. I also snapped a quick photo of the open safe with my phone, making sure to capture the cash and ledger. Just as I was closing the safe and straightening the painting, I heard another car pull up outside. Panic gripped me again. I raced out of the study, barely remembering to close the door behind me. I made it to the living room just as the front door opened. Dr. and Mrs. Winters walked in, looking tired but happy. "Oh, Emma," Mrs. Winters exclaimed. "We didn't expect you to still be here. How was everything?" I forced a smile, hoping my face didn't betray the turmoil inside me. "Great," I managed to say. "No problems at all. How was your conference?" As they chatted about their trip, I nodded along, my mind elsewhere. The USB drive felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. "Well, we won't keep you, Doctor," Winters said finally. "I'm sure you're eager to get back to your own place. Here's a little something extra for your trouble." He handed me an envelope. I thanked him, feeling sick to my stomach. Was this hush money? Did they know I'd overheard something? I gathered my things and headed for the door, my legs feeling like jelly. "Oh, and Emma," Mrs. Winters called after me. "We might need a house sitter again next month. Would you be interested?" I turned, meeting her gaze. Her smile seemed genuine, but there was something in her eyes, a calculating look that I hadn't noticed before. "Sure," I heard myself say. Just let me know." As I drove home, my mind was in chaos. What had I gotten myself into? I had evidence of something, but what exactly? And what was I supposed to do with it? I thought about going to the police, but without knowing who was involved, it felt too risky. What if the corruption went higher than I could imagine? When I got back to my apartment, I locked the door and drew the curtains. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I powered up my laptop with shaking hands and inserted the USB drive. What I found made my blood run cold. Financial records, shipping manifests, names and addresses. It was all there. This wasn't just some small-time operation. This was organized crime on a massive scale. And my professors, the kindly Dr. and Mrs. Winters, were right in the middle of it. I stayed up all night poring over the files, taking notes, trying to make sense of it all. By morning, I had a decision to make. I could turn over what I knew to the authorities and hope for the best. I could pretend I'd never seen anything and try to forget it all. Or I could dig deeper, use my journalistic skills to uncover the whole story. As the sun rose, casting a pale light through my curtains, I made my choice. I couldn't walk away from this. It was too big, too important. I opened my laptop and began to type. The suburbs hide dark secrets behind their perfectly manicured lawns and friendly smiles. But sometimes, all it takes is one curious house sitter to bring those secrets into the light. I didn't know where this story would lead me, or how dangerous it might become. But I knew one thing for certain. My life would never be the same again. The cushy house-sitting gig had turned into the biggest story of my life, and I was determined to see it through, no matter the cost. Next story. The moment her hand touched my arm, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Her fingers were ice cold, her grip unnaturally strong. As I looked into her eyes, pleading for help, I saw nothing but emptiness. And that's when I realized this wasn't a stranded motorist. This was a trap. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the rural highway broken only by the occasional flicker of my headlights, catching a road sign or the eyes of some nocturnal creature. It was past midnight, and I was on my last delivery run of the night. As a driver for a small courier company, these late-night routes were part of the job. Usually they were uneventful, boring even. But not tonight. I first saw her about a mile back, a lone figure on the side of the road, arm outstretched in the universal sign for a hitchhiker. At first, I drove past. Company policy strictly forbade picking up strangers, but something made me slow down, glancing in my rearview mirror. She looked so vulnerable standing there in the dark, young, maybe early 20s, with long dark hair whipping around her face in the wind. I could see she was shivering, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Against my better judgment, I found myself pulling over. As I put the van in park and rolled down the passenger window, I called out, "You okay? Need some help?" She approached slowly, relief evident on her face. "Oh, thank God," she said, her voice trembling. "My car broke down a few miles back, and I've been walking for hours. Could you please give me a ride to the next town?" I hesitated. Every instinct told me to drive away. But it was cold out, and the next town was at least 20 miles away. What kind of person would I be if I left her here? "All right," I said, unlocking the doors. "Hop in. I can take you as far as Millbrook." Her smile was grateful as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver." We drove in silence for a few minutes. I could feel her shivering next to me, so I turned up the heat. "I'm Jake, by the way," I said, trying to break the ice. "Sarah," she replied, offering a small smile. As we talked, I found myself relaxing. Sarah was easy to chat with, and I felt good about helping her out. But as we drove deeper into the night, things started to feel off. I noticed Sarah kept glancing in the side mirror, as if looking for something behind us. And when I asked about her broken-down car, her story seemed to change slightly with each telling. "So, what kind of car do you drive?" I asked casually, trying to pin down the details. Sarah hesitated a beat too long before answering. Oh, it's a blue sedan, nothing special. But I distinctly remembered her saying it was red earlier. My unease grew as I realized we were now in the most isolated stretch of the route. Nothing but dense forest on either side of the road for miles. That's when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror, a car approaching fast from behind. Sarah saw it too. Her entire demeanor changed in an instant. Gone was the grateful, shivering girl. In her place sat someone else entirely. Cold, calculating, dangerous. "Pull over," she commanded, her voice hard. "What? Why?" I asked, my heart beginning to race. "Just do it," she snapped, reaching into her jacket. The glint of metal caught my eye. A gun. My blood ran cold as the realization hit me.